Yes.
Okay. All right, well, welcome everybody. My name is Erin Deely. I am Deputy Legal Counsel in the Governor's Office. I am serving as chair for today's Pardon Board hearing. I'm going to start off by first introducing the board members that will be hearing from you today. We have Anthony Cooper. He is Vice President of Strategic Partnership and Reentry Services at the Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development, and he was granted a pardon from Governor Evers in January 2021. Jerry Hancock, he's the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and Department of Justice administrator. Myrna Warrington, she's appearing by phone, not on video. She is a director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation and has been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for 13 years. Judge Jeffrey Kremers, he served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years. He retired in 2018. And then Cindy O'Donnell served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under 3 former governors and as an administrator for 2 attorneys general. And then Nadia Perez, did I do you, Nadia? No. Nadia Perez is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families and a former public defender. So today we're going to be hearing from 30 applicants. They'll be heard in batches of 10. So right now we have the first 10 that'll be coming before the board today. In order to be eligible for a pardon, applicants have to have concluded their sentence at least 5 years ago, including any community supervision components, so probation, parole, and they can have no pending criminal charges and cannot be a sex offender registered. Today's hearing is being streamed live for public viewing. So it is a public hearing, and that's in compliance with our open meetings law. Applicants, we hope to see you all on video. If we can't, and some of you can only appear by phone, that's fine. What we do ask is while we're hearing from one applicant, if you could please be on mute. And also, if you want to turn off your camera, if your case isn't being heard, that's wonderful as well. I think that's a little easier for the WSI folks. And introducing yourself, please try to keep it brief. Know that we've read your applications, we've read your materials. So what we're just looking for is a little introduction about your case and what you've done since. But if I interrupt you, please don't take it personally. It's just because we want to make sure that we have time to ask you follow-up questions, and we want to make sure that we have time to get to everyone today. You can expect to hear from the board regarding a final decision in your case, probably 2 to 3 months. I think that's all the reminders I had, and with that, we'll get started. We're going to go in the order folks are listed on the agenda. So first applicant today is Cindy Dawes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Ms. Dawes.
Perfect. Okay, so I am Cindy, obviously. I was a correctional officer with the Sheriff's Department back in, I believe I was hired in 06 and maybe 05, I don't remember exactly when. In 07, I was charged with misconduct in public office for having contact with an inmate, accepting phone calls. I posted his bail. So yeah, I was sentenced to probation with a stayed sentence. I'm sorry, when I talk about it. So I was on probation for a year. And during that year, Facebook had just become a thing back then. MySpace was the big social media platform. Facebook came, I don't know, maybe 07. It didn't get popular yet till like 08, maybe 09, something in that area. Well, when the inmate was out on bail. He had a Facebook page and he had friended me, and I never unfriended him. Well, he was only out for a few months and ended up back in and went on to serve, I don't know, 15 years or something. But during my probation, my ex-husband had noticed on Facebook that I was friends with him, which it never crossed my mind to delete him. I should have, but I didn't, obviously. And I then got revoked for contact. He was in jail at the time, so he obviously wasn't on Facebook, but it was still a connection to him, which I was not allowed to have as a result of my probation rules. So I was revoked and served a year, 4 months at MSDF, 1 month at Tachita, and then the remaining 7 was at a minimum security prison in Milwaukee. So then I had another year of probation after that once I was released, served that year with no issues, and here I am. That's the only charge I've ever had in my life. I'm 46 years old. And it was obviously a huge, huge error on my part. If you ask me why, I don't know. I could say I came from a crazy dysfunctional family. I could say I was in an abusive marriage, but in the end it was it was my decision and it was my fault, and I'm the one who made the judgment call, and I paid the price for it, and my children paid the price. I have 6 kids. I had 4 at the time. The 4 I had at the time are now all adults. 2 of them live with me 100% of the time while they're in college. One of them spends half of his time with me, half of his time with his dad. And the other one is married and just had a baby in July. My 2 youngest, I met my husband, my current husband, about a month after my divorce. I was on probation at the time. I told him right when we first met that I was on probation, what the circumstances of the case were, and he accepted that. And 3 months after we met is when I got revoked. And he stuck with me. We got engaged right after I was released. So we got engaged in January of 2010, got married in March of 11, and went on to have 2 kids and have been married ever since. We started a business together. I was working during that time for about 11 years. I worked for a retina surgeon. I am now currently employed with the Veterans Benefit Administration on the VA hospital grounds in Milwaukee. I volunteer. I'm a Sunday school teacher at our church. I also am on the board for our local cheer competitive team that travels. I'm a volunteer for the league that my son plays baseball in. And I do some volunteer work for the Fisher House as well, located at the VA grounds. I was on the board as a volunteer for the Franklin Little League Foundation for about 4 years. And then my kids quit playing there, so I moved on to the organization my younger son is with now. But that's pretty much it. I've been with the VA now for almost 2 years. Like I said, my job before that I was at for almost just short of 11 years when I resigned and went over to the VA. I'm looking for a pardon because I really would like to get into real estate as like a part-time something to do. I enjoy like I think flipping houses is what I would like to do, like long term. I do a lot of remodeling at our house now, and to me, that's fun.
I'm
I
sorry.
can't volunteer at my kid's school having this on my record. So that's my main thing. I want to be able to volunteer.
And just for clarification, your probation ended with a revocation. You served some time. You didn't continue on probation after that.
Yes, I did. I had a
Oh.
year of probation after I was released. So yeah, and that ended so I was on probation from 2010 to January of 2010 to January of 2011. And my sentence went from January of 2009 to January of 2010.
Okay. Any other questions from the board for Ms. Dawes? Judge Kremers?
Yeah. Good morning, Ms. Dawes. Ms. Dawes, I just want to be clear. Part of what you did when this other guy was in jail was you deposited money into a phone account so he had phone privileges, correct?
Correct.
And the money that you deposited into that account, that was your own money?
No, so I knew his aunt, like I knew his entire family years and years ago. We all grew up in the same neighborhood. His aunt, when I first saw him at the jail, he passed me a note. He recognized me. I didn't recognize him at the time because his name was not what I had known him as.
I get all that. I just want to know whose money it was that you put into the account.
His aunt's money.
Why couldn't she put the money in herself?
She didn't have a car. I don't know if there was a way to do it electronically back then. I don't know if there is now, but she asked me if I could put the money in his account, and I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry, go ahead.
So you also posted bail for this guy. Was that with your money?
No, that was with his aunt's money as well.
Okay, but you posted it under an assumed name, correct?
Yes. Under my maiden name.
Right. And you knew this was not a good thing to do, right? I mean, you knew that as a jail officer, you shouldn't be doing this.
Yes.
Okay. And in your application, you said it was just one bad judgment call.
It started as a bad judgment call that led to a variety of bad judgment calls over months.
Okay. And you, before you started at the jail, you had a degree in criminal justice, correct?
Police science is what I went to MATC for. And then while I was working at the sheriff's department, I enrolled back in school for criminal justice.
Okay. So you really knew this was a bad thing.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you for your time today, Ms. Dawes, and your application.
Okay, thank you. Do I stay on now or do I leave the meeting?
You can leave. I mean,
Okay.
you're welcome to stay on and turn off your video and mute yourself if you'd like, but there's no reason that we need you to stay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next applicant, Latoya Jones. Hi, Ms. Jones, you're on mute and your video is currently off.
I'm trying.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. I was getting nervous. I thought I couldn't get on here.
No problem. All right, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I'm going to read from my notes. So sometimes you guys are going to see me looking down, but mainly I'm going to look up at you guys.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Latoya Jones. I want to first start off by saying thank you for allowing me to come in front of you. In 2007, I was charged with forgery and uttering. I received 2 years probation and a 6-month state sentence. I also was ordered to pay $15.21 in restitution and complete 20 hours of community service. 2 years later, I was successfully discharged from my commitment by the State Department of Correction. I also successfully completed my high school diploma and obtained employment and maintained that employment the entire time. In November of 2015, I relocated with my 2 daughters to Riverdale, Georgia, and started a home care business. When COVID started, it was bad for a lot of small business, but I was able to make it out of it, and I still have my business now, and it's doing well. I want to be able to get my Medicaid license. Right now, I'm private duty, so my clients pays me cash to take care of them, but I want a contract with Medicaid. And the first thing they ask you on the applications, have you ever been convicted of a crime or felony or anything? And I don't want to do the application because I'm scared I'm going to be denied. So I think by me having this felony on my name is stopping me from really taking my company to the next level. I know I can do good. I made a lot of bad decisions in 2007 when I knew that I shouldn't have did that. It wasn't right. I knew I hadn't worked for that company. And I let someone talk me into doing it, which that's no excuse for what I did. And I own up to what I did. I just want to set a better example for people. I want to be able to show people that this is where I was in 2007 and this is where I am now. I volunteer at my church as a CNA for the deacons. When COVID started, I was going around volunteering, like helping the elderlies. I wasn't charging them. I'll go, I'll do their little errands, like if they needed me to go to pick up their medicine because they couldn't get out to pick up their medicine, or go to the grocery store, pick up some groceries. I was doing that. I just really need this pardon because I also want to do prenatal care, which help with high-risk pregnant teens and mothers. We show them how to eat properly. We show them resources like far as jobs, how to get housing, everything. We give them diapers, wipes, we just help them. That's also a Medicaid program. So basically, by me having this felony on my name is stopping me from participating in things. Or sometimes before I had this business that I own, when I went to apply for jobs, and then I tell them that I have a felony, I will get denied. And I had more experience probably than the other person before me, or I probably would have outworked the other person just to prove to them that this felony doesn't define me and that I really am a good person. I just made a bad mistake.
And Ms. Jones, do you mind if we ask you a few questions?
Yes, you can.
How long have you been with your current company?
I've done this for 3 years, since 2019.
Okay. And how old are your kids now?
My daughter is 17 and 21.
I did note, you mentioned the restitution, that you were assessed some restitution, and this is something that a lot of folks, when they get discharged off their probation, they don't even realize is the case, but there could be unpaid restitution.
Okay.
Or maybe the records don't properly reflect that restitution was paid in full. It can depend. In your case, Department of Correction records looks like there is some still unpaid restitution. Were you aware of that?
No, because they took my income tax for that.
Okay.
So it should be paid because they intercepted my income tax.
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes it's a records issue. So is it your understanding that you've paid the restitution in full?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I figured that to be the case since you mentioned it specifically, but any other questions from board members? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Jones. As
morning.
part of the application process, it's not required, but it's encouraged that people submit letters of support and recommendation, and you did not submit any letters. Can you just explain to us why not?
I didn't submit none because I probably skipped over that in a rush to fill it out, but I can submit that. I have plenty recommendations that people can give me. I can have it from my church. I can have it from my previous jobs. I can have it from my people in the community. I can get recommendations if need to be.
So it was just that oversight when you were completing the application, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry, go ahead.
Ms. Jones, I have two questions. How long have you worked as a CNA?
I've been a CNA ever since 2001.
And you said in your application that you completed it on the day of your mother's memorial service.
That's when I got my home care.
Oh,
When Georgia sent me my license.
I got it. Okay. So what did that feel like?
It felt good because I had been telling my mom for a long time that I wanted a home care, like I wanted a home health care. And when she was sick, she had terminal cancer and she came down here. I cleaned my room out completely and put all her hospice stuff in here. And I slept on the couch. And all I wanted and all my mom wanted for me was for me to get that home care license because that's what I wanted. And so when she died, only thing I thought of was she's still looking out for me from heaven.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you guys and have a wonderful day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Aaron?
Yes.
So the next two, Veronica Martin and Roy Lee Martin, I'm just wondering if it would be appropriate to do them together.
I'm fine with that. How did the rest of the board? Are you comfortable with hearing them both? I think there'll be a lot of intersecting questions.
I'm okay with it.
All right. Roy Martin and Veronica Martin.
If they're here.
Roy Martin and Veronica Martin.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Are you there with your husband?
Yes, he's on another phone. He's on the phone through the Zoom meeting. I don't know if he has I can grab him. We can do this together.
Hello?
Should he hang up his phone?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
we're here
there's
together.
Hello?
Okay, that sounds like we got it under control. Roy and Veronica Martin. And you're not currently on video. Like I said before, that's fine. But if you intend to be on video, I would turn your camera on. Hi.
Hi. Am I in
Hello.
video? Can you see?
I can see you, yes. And you're with
Okay.
your husband?
Yep, he's here.
Okay, I'm sure you separately prepared separate remarks, so you can both go ahead and give those.
Okay.
Like the past folks, you know, try to keep it brief. We've read your materials and we'll just start asking questions when the time seems appropriate, okay?
Okay. My name is Roy Martin. In 2004, I was charged with misappropriate of identification, which was I went into the mall and went to T-Mobile and got a cell phone for $639, and I didn't use my right identification to get it. So I was charged with that in 2004, and I was gave 6 months probation, and gave 6 month probation and a $600 restitution, which over that first month they cut it down to 3 month probation. So I did 3 month probation, and ever since then, which was around 17 years ago, I've been at the same employee since then. Right now, I want to move up to the management position of where I'm at now, and my the supervisor over me, CEO, saying that I can't move up with this under me, the felony under me. But since then, 3 months, I done the probation for 3 months. They cut it down to in the restitution, and have no problem with the law for the past 17 years. And that summed it up, what I was charged with and what happened.
Veronica, did you want to provide your introduction?
Sure. My name is Veronica Martin. I was charged for forgery back, I believe it was in 2004. They did put me on probation. I believe it was for a year, and then I had to extend it because I didn't finish paying my restitution. I finally paid my restitution, and they discharged me back in 2008. Ever since then, I've been working jobs, like whether it be housekeeping or a cashiering. And then I finally landed a job, which I was at for a manager at an original cookie company. And I was there for, I would say, maybe 13 years. And then from there, I am disabled now due to a fall, so I haven't been working, but I'm slowly getting better. And I'm trying to see if I can go into opening my own business, and I don't want to have a felony on my case in case I have to deal with licensing for the state or whatever. Oh, I don't know what else I can tell you. I guess that's it.
I have a few questions for Roy first,
Okay.
if I may.
Yes.
Roy, you said when in the offense you didn't use the right ID.
Right.
It wasn't your social security number. You used
No.
someone else's social security
Right.
number.
Right.
Why? You used the rest of your information. Why use someone else's social security number?
It was stupid. I went in there, and me and my buddies were together, and I just filled out the application, just put different social security number down. We all did it. We were being stupid, and that's what gets with you being stupid.
And around this time, I believe that the timing sort of aligned. Your offense was related to a single transaction.
Right.
Your wife's charges were related to a more extended period of fraudulent activity. What level of awareness did you have of what your wife is doing?
Not really. Like I told the courts, I have no recollection of what she was doing, even though we was in the same household, but I have no idea what she was doing at that time.
Any other questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
Your employer is located in Arbor, Michigan. How does that work?
That's LaJoy Group. I'm a driver for all the Myers stores. We contract with all the Myers stores and all the GFS. I get orders, and I make sure I go to all the stores and make sure they have all the orders they need, and I deliver it to them. Okay. And I've been doing the same thing for 17 years. I want to go up. They want to put me in managed position now.
Okay. So you work in the Milwaukee area for
we're really not.
It's
just Milwaukee area, all around Wisconsin. It's not just Milwaukee. It's all around.
Okay. And you may have heard me ask this of the previous applicant, but you did not submit any letters of support for your pardon application. Why not?
I didn't think of it. Tell you the honest God truth, I knew what I did. I just didn't think of doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Judge Cremers?
Morning, sir. So you're living in the same house with your wife in 2003, 2004, when you get this phone with a bad social security number. What did you think your wife was doing with stockpiling all the dog food and dog treats and all the rest of that stuff?
Paying for it. That's all I thought. I thought it was being paid. I still was working. We were still getting money. I thought everything was being paid for.
I get that you thought it was being paid for, but what did you think she was going to do with all that stuff?
Oh, we was opening up a puppy store. I know what she was wanting to do.
Okay. And you had no involvement with that, is that correct?
No.
Okay. You told the police in the criminal complaint anyway, it says you told the police that your wife made up the social security number that you used to get this phone.
I don't, if they say, I don't remember saying that, but I couldn't tell you. I don't remember saying that in particular.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Reverend
Thank you.
Hancock?
Mr. Martin, just to be clear, you made up this social security number. You weren't using someone else's social security number.
Right.
So you just put down 8 numbers, 9 numbers.
Just out of the blue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Mrs. Martin, I have a question for you as well.
Yes.
So most of the applicants that we hear, their offenses were decades ago. It happened when most of the time they're younger, often teenagers, or, you and your husband, these offenses happened in your mid to late 30s. So you were already adults. So there isn't the youthful core thinking involved, right? So what is different about you today? What is going to keep you from reoffending today, considering you were an adult at the time you committed the offenses in the first place? What has changed?
Well, what's changed is that back then, I think what started with me is I did want to open up a business like a pet store. And I wanted to be where I guess I could say for my kids and us to have an income that way. And I wanted to start my own business. Now, when I was collecting everything as far as all the inventory, I was doing it for the business. And I admit that I didn't go the right way. And when I started getting it, it started leading me that I noticed that I wanted more and more, that I'm just got away with getting this. And then I wanted to get more inventory for my store. And until I think there was a complaint that that something wasn't paid, and so that's where all the case started. And since then, after I've done my probation and everything, I remember when I was in court, the judge said that with me being able to be smart in doing that, that I should be proud of doing whatever I go out there to do after, and be just proud of it. And I took that advice, and that's what I felt ever since then. I have no contact with the law. I've been working hard and trying to keep and sustain that job for my kids, and so that we have a better life, and not worrying about where the next meal is coming from or whatever. Right now I have 8 grandkids and I want to set a good example for them. And I have my 4 daughters that are grown now, and they're just really beautiful women and mothers. And I just want to make sure that I don't have this on my record, because now I'm at the point where I want to go out there to, if I want to start another business, I want to do it the right way this time, you know, and I just don't want this under my belt. And I've learned my lesson from that. And as I said, I want to set a good example for my grandkids and my children still that are grown, and be able to say, well, you know, mom or grandma did this, you know.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, Cindy, any questions for Mr. and Mrs. Veronica? Or Mr. and Mrs. Martin? Apologies.
All right. Good morning, Mrs. Martin. A couple of questions. So the search warrant, according to the criminal complaint, the search warrant that was conducted on your home uncovered multiple things, including photocopies of 6 social security cards, multiple checkbooks, and you had even purchased a check printing software kit. I mean, that, to me, that sounds like a pretty sophisticated operation.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that?
Well, the checks that I did were actually, all the checks that I did send out were from an old account that I had, and the account got closed. So that's the only account that I had, and I didn't use it for like making up a new account or whatever. I just got my old account number as for checks. I was printing my own checks. So I think that's where the forgery came in, because I guess they said I didn't have permission to do that, even though it was an old account of mine.
So you were printing checks off an account that had no funds in it, that was closed?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. And then the same question I asked your husband, no letters of support with your application. Can you just speak to that?
I overlooked that. I'm even aware that I was can do a recommendation. I think something on my part that I should look more closely at.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you both for your time today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next applicant is Gregory Saro.
Yeah.
Yes, Reverend Hancock. Oh, you're on mute.
I need to recuse myself. I had a connection with this underlying offense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Saro? My apologies if I'm mispronouncing, Cerro. Okay, we're gonna have someone from staff try to reach out to Mr. Saro and see if we can get him on, and we'll move on to the next person on the list, Randy Henderson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, and Reverend Hancock, I assume you'll be joining us for this one.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Henderson, we can hear you. You are not on video. If you'd like to turn on your video, now would be the time. Otherwise, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Mr. Gregory Saro.
Oh, okay. So we do have Mr. Saro. Okay, Mr. Henderson, I'm going to have you wait for a moment. You'll be after Mr. Saro. Mr. Saro, I don't know if you heard, one of our board members, Jerry Hancock, is going to recuse himself from deliberating on your application due to having some prior connection to the initial matter. But you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Gregory Scott Saro. I'm 64 years old, and I was had a case against me in 1991 for forgery. And I got a felony charge out of that. I have totally changed my life since back in 91, 30 years ago. I have done so many things with volunteering for Warner Park football, Partyville Boys Club basketball. I was a coach serving on the board of the Partyville Boys Club, which organized sports for boys 4th through 8th grade. I've also been the cook for the annual brat sale during the Memorial Day weekend for the boys club. I've also been involved with AAU basketball program for the boys at Partyville. And I've also been in the parade for the homecoming parade, driving the football team float each year. And now I'm at an age now where I'm getting ready to retire. I do own a lawn care business and a snow business, and I'm still doing that as we speak. Been very busy with the lawn and snow, and I'm asking for a pardon to be granted. The length of time for where the crime occurred was over 30 years ago. Since I've stemmed away from the individuals who partake in illegal activities, I've also worked for the City of Madison Street Department for over 10 years and became a small business owner over the past 3 decades. I've experienced many forms of growth. I've also been able to learn and grow from my mistakes and see what it can and will take away from me. I made a choice long ago to change my life for the better. And I believe this pardon is the final piece for me to finally be able to say to not only myself, but my family, that I changed my life for the better.
Thank you for those remarks, Mr. Ciro. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Judge Kremers?
I have several questions, sir. First of all, going back in time, and granted it's even further back than your crime you're asking for a pardon for, what was your connection to the Geisha House?
My father used to own the Geisha House. And I was working for my father back then years ago. And then I decided that life was not for me. And I started then working for the City of Madison Street Department. And that's when I started raising my own family, and I got away from that life.
Well, in between there, though, you had the crime that you're asking for a pardon for today, where it looked like there was some kind of an arrangement where you got a hotel room. Were you running a hotel or something?
There was a Fairview Motel that my dad owned. I was one of the managers there.
Right. So you would let someone stay in that hotel room as long as they gave you proceeds of any crimes they were committing. Do I have that right? I'm reading from the criminal complaint.
No, I was not involved with no crime with the motel at all. I would collect the money, they would stay in the room, and that's all I did.
Well, did you provide some of them with a rental car and a social security card?
That was a Roger Williams that I never was involved with him. He's the person that did it. I had nothing to do with that man.
Where'd you get the check that you forged?
The check, I never forged the check. Roger Williams is the person that forged the check. He asked me if I would go ahead and cash his work check. So I went in and I asked a buddy of mine if he would cash the check for him. And he said, sure. Then I find out the check bounced. And that's how I got my forgery case.
I see.
So, I'm sorry.
I just
Go ahead.
wanted one point of clarification. You don't need this pardon to be able to vote, sir. You indicate in your application that you want this pardon, especially so you can vote. As long as you've completed your sentence, which you did decades ago, you are entitled to vote in the state of Wisconsin.
I did not know that. at all.
Now you do.
I thought that if you had a felon, you could never vote.
No, once you've
So-
completed your sentence, probation, parole, prison time, jail time, once you're done with that, your civil rights are restored and you are entitled to vote in Wisconsin.
Well, I thank you for telling me that. I never knew that.
All right. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just have a quick follow-up on Judge Kramer's questions. I guess I'm not clear. What do you think you did wrong? What landed you in?
What I think I did wrong, and I'll be honest with you, is going and cashing that check for Mr. Williams. That's what I did wrong.
Okay,
And I had to pay the price for it for 30 years ago about a check. That's what I did wrong.
Okay.
I should have known better, but I thought everything was up and up until I get a call that the check was no good. Did not know about it at all. So I paid the price.
Cindy, did you have a question? Okay. Any other board members' questions for Mr. Ciro? No? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good day. Good
Bye-bye.
day.
Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Henderson. Sir Randy Henderson. Okay, we're going to move on, circle back. If one of the folks staffing the board could try to reach out to Mr. Henderson and get him on, it would be appreciated, but we'll move on to Charmaine Harris.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So in 2009, I was investigated and I sold to a confidential informant 3 times. When I was arrested, I thought it was just a routine traffic stop, but I sat in a cell for hours and then realized that it was much more. I was charged with possession with the intent to deliver twice, and then another charge as well as a party. I sat in jail for 2 months, and while my dad kind of worked on my behalf, and my dad ended up putting up his house to bond me out. And so 2 months after I was arrested, I bonded out. I made up in my mind, I said I vowed that I was going to turn the straight and narrow and not do anything else. But while out, I ran into a person that I had a previous altercation with during my street life and past life. And so things got physical with us. And after we got done fighting, you know, I went and told my people, he went and told his people. We met up in the middle of the street and had this giant brawl. So I end up bail jumping and being charged with like numerous charges, but they end up pleading it down to just a felony bail jumping. That violation. Oh, so all of this combined, I end up being sentenced to 1 year in jail with 4 years probation, with the condition that if I messed up, I would face 15 years in prison. And so again, I thought I was gonna get out and kind of change my life. I got out 2010. In March, I believe in March 2011, I messed up again. I had an altercation with my girlfriend at the time, who's my current wife. But some stuff happened with the phones, got caught cheating, and she possessed a lot of my belongings. At the time, I wasn't like completely out of selling, not the hard stuff, but just a different drug. And I made the decision to go in the house forcefully. And then I was charged with battery and misdemeanor damage to property and strangulation and suffocation to my girlfriend at the time. So this time I really, you know, messed up. And then I went back in front of the judge and I was sentenced to 5 years in prison. That year that I did in the county counted towards that. And I was fortunate to be granted the boot camp program. So it was in the boot camp program that my mind to developed. I learned more about myself in 6 than I did in my entire life, learning about criminal thinking, rational thinking, AODA. We couldn't watch TV. All we could do was read books. I got real deep in the Bible and learned about Jesus Christ, and that really just opened me up. And so I learned work ethic. I worked in the kitchen, and so I finished that program. Ended up saving 2 years inside, and I was released 2013. After that, within a month, my wife now was pregnant, and although I faced many challenges, was being a felon, I was committed, and I had a child on the way. My son was born 2014. I walked into what's called the WIC office for an appointment. I went to this meeting. This meeting turned into a volunteer opportunity. This volunteer opportunity turned into a 10-hour job. This job turned into a 40-hour job. And this 40-hour job turned into this big program called the Dedicated Dads Program, where in the first year I had over 100 fathers go through my program. This caught the attention of the community. I got the NAACP Positive Impact Award, Young Leaders Award, 20 Under 40 Award. But one of the biggest things I got was when I connected with District Attorney Mike Gravely, and he got me back in court, and I was able to modify my sentence to be released 4 years earlier than I was supposed to. So I wasn't supposed to get off till 2020. I got off in 2016, and thankfully that allowed me to be eligible for this pardon sooner. During the same time, I received a full ride scholarship to Carthage College. I got my degree in business management and marketing. I went back and got my master's the same year. It was a 10-month intensive program in business as well. I now run my own business where I'm an author now. I go and do presentations, trainings, and workshops to organizations that work with families. I've spoken many times to the Department of Children and Family. I've trained at the state level and at the local level. I've spoken in several prisons locally. I travel and speak in the schools now. And I'm also excited that recently I started a position as an adjunct professor at UW Parkside, and I'm teaching criminal justice. And every time I walk into the classroom, I'm just amazed at how much my life has turned around. And so all of this has, gained me a large following. I'm really big on fatherhood and reentry. I serve in this energy, and I look to dedicate my life to it. I also got my real estate license and a life insurance license, but it was an uphill battle to kind of go around some of those things when you got the felony conviction, had to send in all of my records. And I know that like the normal person might take like 2 weeks or whatever, but mine ended up taking like 2 months. And so with this party, in my wildest dream, I'll be able to use my influence to inspire more and possibly run for office. I got aspirations of running for office, maybe sitting on a state board or some sort, in some capacity the state. But that's a high level. But seriously, I really want to be a part of the school board locally, and maybe even the county board, and use my influence to just show that you can change, and the people closest to the problem are closest to the solution. And I'm real big on that. And obtaining this pardon would allow me to start the process in that journey. Thank you for your time.
Do I have any questions from the board? No?
Well, wait. No, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you see the really impressive letters of support you got from the DA and from the judge who sentenced you? Did you see those?
Yes.
Yeah. How did that make you feel?
To my sentencing, when I got sentenced with Judge Wagner, she really opened my eyes. She just said, did you realize that what you did could affect a mother that can't feed her kids, can't pay her rent because she's spending her money with you? And although I went to college and I had some brain activity going, it just really didn't dawn on me. But having her, put that into my mindset gave me time to think inside and I stayed connected with her even while inside. I wrote her a letter from boot camp. And then just to have these connections now, it's like I would have never imagined this in my wildest dreams, where I'm able to email the judge and the DA and tell them about, you know, certain initiatives I have going on. So how did it make me feel? It makes me feel I'm honored. I'm thankful. I'm grateful. And you know, part of it, I put the work in, but I'm happy that I'm reaping the rewards of some of the seeds I planted over the years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anthony, did you have a question?
I think really the only question, as far as with the work, what are some of your future goals that you plan on doing in the community the way you're working in now?
So I'm running my program. It's called the Fatherhood Franchise, and I'm kind of got it set up as through a nonprofit where I'm contracted with Kenosha County, and the fathers are referred over to me from child support. So I'm working with guys dealing with child support, reentry, and all of that type of stuff. For the past 3 years, I've had this same contract. I've been able to kind of get another contract, but a long-term goal is to possibly turn this into more of a nonprofit setup and get more buy-in from the community and apply for bigger grants so that I can serve the people that I represent more. Because right now it's like a one-man show. My wife helped me out. I got like an assistant, but it's becoming a little overbearing. So I want to scale this business to be able to serve more fathers in general. But to me, like fathers, where we come from, many of them have like a background. So fathers with background. So my big goal is to expand this and then go around the country, like getting other people on board. Like y'all need to be doing this because, in my opinion, mass incarceration is the number one problem that ripples into all the other problems in our school system and everything else. So, yep.
Thank you.
Judge Cremers?
Hey, good morning, sir. I understand the woman that was the victim in your domestic violence situation, crime, is now your wife.
Mhm.
Did you go through any kind of counseling or treatment programs as a result of that charge?
Yeah. So, side with the boot camp program, it was like an extremely intensive treatment plan. More so learning about myself. You know, I always tell the story about how I talked about my past and one time where my mom was cut from here to here by a guy, and how that really affected me. And I was able to share this in group and just break down crying, even though I was perceived as this like big macho guy. So that was like a real eye opener for me. And then post release, I had to do aftercare, and one of my requirements was anger management. And so just learning breathing techniques, learning how to pause, learning that everybody gets angry, but it's what you do after you get to that that decides if it's good or bad. So that really kind of helped me develop. So yes to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? I have just to clarify your program, Dedicated Dads. If you had to describe it in like one sentence, what that program does, can you sum up what the program is?
Sure. So it was Dedicated Dads when I was working for the Racine Kenosha Community Action Program. I left there in 2020 and branched out on my own. So now it's called the Fatherhood Franchise. And if I was to sum it up in the phrases, which is my tagline, is I help fathers and families flourish and live highly productive lives. And so that's like the short version, but then at the end of it is through trainings, presentations, and workshops.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I think we have no further questions for you. Thank you for your application, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We have to circle back, right? We did not hear from, is that right, Randy Henderson?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we had some technical, it sounds like there were some technical issues, but you're here via phone. I understand the camera isn't working. That's perfectly fine, but if you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Randy Henderson. I'm calling it about the felony that I received in 1990, what is that, 99? I can't even remember, it's been so long ago. Hello? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. This was,
it
a possession, and the date of offense was July 2001.
Oh, 2001. Yes, I know.
22 years.
Yes, I was a grown up at the time, but just being stupid, hanging around stupid people. Did something stupid and got caught. Did 5 years in jail, 5 years probation. And I learned that I don't really want to go do that again. That's never going to happen again. I refuse to go back to prison. I've been working for DPW sewers for the last 12 years. I'm still working there now, but I'm on injury. And until I just heard y'all speak to someone else about it, I was made an essential employee. So during the COVID, I had to work the whole time. I completely forgot about getting write the letter from my boss, and well, my PO, she don't work at the city no more, so I can't do that. I can still do it later, but as of right now, I don't have any letters to give you.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Reverend Hancock?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Anderson. Would you describe your work for the city of Milwaukee, how long you've been employed and what it is you do?
I work for DPW sewers, demolition and construction. We tear out sewers, fix sewer mains, water mains if they get hit. I've been working there for almost 13 years.
Wow. And did you see that the judge and the district attorney support your application for a pardon?
I didn't see that.
How does that make you feel?
Well, that makes me feel nice because I completely forgot about asking anybody about that because I've been working the whole COVID situation.
No, it's part of the application process that we asked the judge and the DA how they feel, and they both support your application.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't know until you just told me. I didn't know that.
Okay, well, congratulations on that.
And you did submit a few letters of support. So just maybe you forgot. It sounds like you've been working a lot, but there are a couple letters of support from family and friends in your application.
Okay. Yeah, you know, we unfortunately during the COVID, we still had to work all the time. So, and I've been trying to get myself back in a place I was before all of this started. It's been hard, but I refuse to go that other route. That's just not going to happen again. And I make sure that I keep my kids in line, even though they grown. I said, y'all don't want to be like your old man. You don't want to go there. I put a fear in them. You don't want to go the route I did. And so far it's worked. They got their own jobs. I make sure they keep their own job because you can't move in with me. That's not going to happen either.
And I think another board member, Cindy, has a question for you as well.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Henderson. I'm just curious,
Hello.
if you were granted a pardon, how would your life change?
Well, I'm still going to be pretty much the same. It's just something that I really like to have because one stupid mistake can ruin your life, and I'll attest to that. And I can show my kids that it is possible, you know, if you do something wrong, you can atone for it and make your life better from it. And that's
Thank
all
you.
I'm trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Cremers?
Mhm.
Morning, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson,
Hello.
this happened when you were 36 years old. How long had you
Yeah.
been dealing drugs before you got caught? Approximately.
Probably about a year. It was after I lost my job at the bus company. So it's not even a year. Let me see. Yeah, about a year. A little more than a year.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Henderson.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Have a good weekend.
Mm.
All right, Miss Wilder or Miss Simmons?
Hi,
Hi there.
I'm Takia. A little bit about my conviction to start off with. It happened a while ago. I was 17 years old, so more than a while. It was 24 years ago. I was working at National, it was a bank, National Bank on Brookfield in Waukesha. No, Tri-City Bank on Brookfield. And I took money from my job, basically. I made a very stupid mistake. You guys have the application paperwork. But that mistake, it wasn't just one mistake. After I took the money from the job, I was in love and I thought it was a lot of money at that time. I was gonna move away and be with this boyfriend that I thought was the love of my life. Which I did take the money. He wrote the check out. I took the money from my job. We did leave. After I was caught and sent back home to Wisconsin, I was privileged enough to get Huber, but being a 17-year-old rebellious child, I didn't understand that that was a privilege. And I didn't return to Huber one day. When I didn't return to Huber, the work release program, I caught another felony for escape. So those two have been hanging over my head. They've been on my shoulders for the last 24 years. And I do, they don't even, not just affect me, but my children. You know, I am a mother now. I'm married. I'm a mother of 2 boys, and I've been denied for housing. I have been blessed enough to gain a good job with this felony convictions over me. And I've been advancing in my career. So all is not lost when you do make a mistake, but I want to do better. You know, I have finished high school since that conviction. Like I said, I was 17, so I wasn't even done with school then. Not only high school, I went and got my bachelor's degree in business management. I have joined the sorority, AKA Incorporated. So I've made a lot of positive changes. The reason why I'm asking for the pardon now is because I just got promoted to compliance, and in order to be compliance in my field, you have to be bonded. You can't get approved with the bond application with a felony on you. So, you know, I want to make strides. I want to not be denied for an application for housing. I remember one time I filled out an application for housing and they was like, oh, well, we can't approve you, but we want to know what's going on. How did you escape? Like, I'm a hardened criminal. You know, I made a stupid choice when I was young. I'm not that girl anymore. I'm a grown woman. I'm very responsible. I'm involved in my community. One thing that Miss Cindy is asking is, why didn't you send letters of support? And I know that I did not. And I would say it's the embarrassment, you know, not even just the denials, but the embarrassment to have to keep reliving this. When you know you change, you're not that person anymore, you know? I don't make bad choices. I haven't received any other convictions and I never will again. I actually had to sit in the county jail for 364 days. So he sentenced me 1 day shy of a year so I wouldn't go to prison. So I guess that was a blessing, but jail was still hard. And so I have made all the changes. I have grown. Like I said, I'm not that little girl anymore. And I want a chance to not have to carry that every day or when opportunities present themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. This is an accounting question. I had it for a couple applicants before. Sometimes the accounting can, on these older cases, aren't super accurate. It looks with the OC records like you might still owe $200 of restitution. As far as you are aware, do you believe you paid restitution? And if you owe any restitution, what is your plan to pay it?
I wasn't aware that I owed anything. I thought, like I said, it was 24 years ago. If I need to pay the $200, I can pay it. You know, if that's something that I still owe. I do believe in settling my debts. But yeah, I wasn't aware of it. It wasn't in the records when I do the little search. I never received any notification that I owe $200, but I can definitely pay that if it's an open thing.
Any other questions from the board? Cindy?
Just a comment. Thank you for streamlining your hearing when you can anticipate my question and answer it before I ask it. So thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Cindy.
Reverend Hancock?
I have two questions. What happened to your boyfriend?
The funny story is he is in Arizona State Prison. He has like 15 years. He hit me up on Facebook. I guess he found me on Facebook, DM'd me, and he's in prison for drugs or something. So yeah, your mother is always best. Like she always said, she hated him. She knew that he wasn't a good guy. And I guess it proved itself to be true.
Okay. And you, in your application, you said you volunteer at Open Arms Group Home?
I did. I moved. I'm no longer in Wisconsin. I'm currently in Texas.
Well, what was that work like, though? I mean, when you did volunteer there, what was that all about?
Actually, I enjoyed it. It was working with teen girls, kids that was in the foster system. So I was able to meet with them, try to guide them. You know, that group of young ladies were really troubled. So just trying to tell them, like, don't make the same mistakes I did. This little boy that you in love with ain't gonna be the one you're gonna be with eventually. You're still a baby. You still got a lot of life. So it was giving back knowledge, giving back those seeds, and hopefully it made a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you guys for your time. Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say thank you guys for your time and thank you for taking the opportunity to hear me in.
Of course. Thank you for your application. You have a good weekend, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you. You as well. Bye.
Next applicant, Joel Irizarry.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can,
all right,
and we can see you now.
Okay, sweet. All right, well, first of all, I want to start off by thanking the committee for hearing out my application and taking a look at it. My name is Joel Irizarry. I'm from Milwaukee, and back in 2001, I got convicted of 2 felonies. One of them was for party to the crime of a burglary, and the other one was for party to the crime of attempted burglary. At the time, I was pretty much having a myriad of issues with, like, at home. I was really self-conscious about having friends and stuff like that because I've always been kind of a husker dude. So, like, anybody who would be my friend, I was kind of just trying to latch on to any people that I could. So, you know, even though at the time I actually was working a job, but just for the fact of just having friends, I was just making real poor decisions. So in one of the cases, they had asked me to be a lookout while they were stealing items from people's houses and garages. And I did that. And then in the second case, we were at one of the party's houses and they had asked me to come back again. I don't know, at that time, something happened where, I don't know, I was just not feeling right about it. And I ended up staying in the vehicle instead of acting as a lookout. Then it kind of just went crazy, and the police obviously ended up coming, and I got arrested at that point. And then went through the whole court proceedings and got convicted of those 2 crimes. I ended up having to do 3.5 years of incarceration and 4.5 years of extended supervision. So I've served all that time, of course. Since then, I've met my girlfriend, might as well call her my wife. We've been together for 17 years, but we have a child together. She's 15 years old. I've been working pretty much since almost around the time that I got out, sometimes 2 jobs. And just, going back to school several times for different certificates, certifications, things like that. My boiler's license, air conditioning certification, things like that. And just, raising my family, helping people out when I can, just, living a regular productive life and just, trying to be a good dad and be a good person. And, right now I'm working at the West Dallas West Monkey Recreational Center, where we do a lot of community things like set up for voting. We help set up a lot of programs for elderly people and for kids. And I've recently been helping out a lot with our RAD program, which is a program that helps people with disabilities. So I like to help out with that a lot because it's really fun to be able to help people that, appreciate things that are like really simple in life and that other people would take for granted. So it's really fulfilling to be able to help out with that and, participate in activities with them and do things like that. The reason that I would like to have this pardon is so that I might be able to help my family further if I ever get another opportunity to get maybe a good career job. In 2017, I applied for a custodial worker over at garage attendant and custodial work, I should say. It was 2 different jobs because for about 12 to 13 years, I was working in vehicle maintenance before I'm doing what I'm doing now. And we went through the whole application process, did all my interviews. They did all like the detective investigations, pretty much the whole 9 yards. And at the very end of it, they had to deny my application or say that that they couldn't accept me for the position because of my felony conviction. And then also I used to work as security down at the rave as my part-time job, and they had to let me go because of my felony conviction as well. That was a big disappointment when those 2 things happened. Since then, I've been doing really great with the West Dallas West Milwaukee Recreation. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but if ever the opportunity comes again, I want to be able to, not have that on my record and be able to, have a clean slate and be more productive in my life and help out my family, help out loved ones. Back when I was younger, my dad had a lot of drug use and stuff like that. So it was, our family was kind of more broken because of that. Since then, unfortunately, my dad had passed away. I try to help out my mom as much as I can, when she needs something. And of course, I consider her my mother-in-law, but my girlfriend's mother. I try to help her out as much as I can as well, and and be there for all of my family. So I want to be able to have the opportunity that if something that's a career job comes about, that my felony convictions wouldn't hold me back. So that's my story there.
Any questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Morning, sir. It looks, and you've probably heard this already a couple of times with some of the other applicants, but it looks like from our records that you still owe somewhere above $4,000 in restitution. Does that sound about right?
Well, it's part of my with my extended supervision, I had to make payments with that, and
Right.
I wasn't able to be released from that until I finished like my portion of it. I know that it was like where they had all of us together having to like pay it within all of us. So I'm not sure if it's showing because of that, but I know that they released me from my extended supervision because I had paid my share from what I know.
I understand, but just, I'm guessing, I don't remember looking specifically, but you were probably ordered, all of you were ordered joint and several liability for the restitution, which means that each of you is liable for the whole amount. Now, if you each pay your share, great. But if the other 2 or 3 people don't pay their share, legally, you're still responsible for the whole amount. Now, Department of Corrections could make a decision to release you from probation or supervision, but that doesn't change the fact that you still owe the amount because the other people didn't pay their share. Understand?
But yes, I do. Yeah, I know the whole time that I was on extended supervision, I was paying on it, making my payments on time, sometimes making like bigger chunk payments, the whole time. So I was definitely paying towards that.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock?
Just to be clear, on some of the burglaries, you didn't just wait in the car, right?
No, that was the last charge, or because there's 2 of them. It was on that second one when I officially had got arrested. That was when.
That was my question is, on at least 2 of the burglaries, you did not just wait in the car. You walked up and saw what was going on in the house, correct?
Yeah, correct, yes.
Okay. So
yes.
you knew that burglaries were being committed. You were not tricked into driving the car or something. You knew what was happening.
No, I was aware what I was doing was wrong. It was all me when all that happened. Absolutely, yes. It's just at that final point, I don't know. When that happened, the night that I got arrested, I don't know, something came over me. I don't know what it was, but that was at that point. But the other instances before that, yes, unfortunately, yes, I was acting as that, yes.
And did you know that the judge, a judge in Milwaukee County who reviewed your case, supports your application for a pardon?
I did not know that. No, I know I got one from the Racine one, I think it was. And I was really excited about that. I didn't know a judge from Milwaukee actually supported my application.
Well, look, I may be confused. That a judge did recommend, did support your application. It may have been Racine or Milwaukee, but how did that make you feel to have a judge support you?
Oh, that's awesome. I just think that, I'm glad that somebody can, see my change, and I'm really happy about that. I'm happy that it's just not, because, it's one thing for your family to see that and friends, but it's nice to have people on the outside kind of see that as well. So right. I'm very excited.
Yeah, just to be clear, it was the judge in Racine.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Irizarry.
Thank you.
We have one more application for the first 10 set. That's Mr. Barrero. Go ahead, Mr. Barrero.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Well, good morning. My name is John Barrero III. I'm 45 years old, and I reside here just outside of Phoenix, Arizona, sunny Phoenix, Arizona. I'm in front of you guys today to request a pardon for 2 felonies that I received literally when I turned 18 years old. I was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, and my parents moved us to northern Wisconsin in 1990. Me and my 4 siblings thought it'd be a good idea to get us out of the city and have a better life up in the Northwoods. So I attended high school in northern Wisconsin, Antigo to be exact, and all I ever wanted was a driver's license, muscle car, everything that, a guy would want, and a girlfriend, that kind of thing. 1993, I was transitioning between a junior and a senior in high school, and got my driver's license, had a part-time job. And at that point, I felt I was in control of everything. And I do mean everything. I did what I want when I wanted, with no remorse or no empathy for anything or anybody around me. I was the person that they always said, you have so much potential. And I'd let it go in one ear and out the other. So I had racked up various traffic violations, anywhere from a broken windshield to speeding, taillight burned out, things like that. Again, rebellious, didn't pay the tickets, received a suspension of driver's license, continued to drive, at which point received, second, third, and fourth operating after revocations. Finally was put in front of the judge and actually sentenced to 6 months in the county jail with Huber privileges. That sentence was served, but I actually got scared. So I chose to work, again, being defiant, didn't go on the day I was supposed to go, continued to work. And lo and behold, I get picked up at work. Almost lost my Huber privileges, had to go in front of the judge for that. I did complete the sentence. Actually was released early, a 4.5 out of the 6 month sentence on good behavior. Came out June of 1995, I want to say that was. And at that time in Wisconsin, reunited with friends. Summerfest was coming up in Milwaukee, I believe. Had an opportunity to go, didn't have much money. Had some friends that I was hanging out with. One of them was a female, and I basically took a check out of her pocketbook, forged it, signed it, and had a friend at a local gas station cash it for me. So I had a little cash in my pocket, went down Milwaukee, and then in August, I was charged with forgery and uttering for doing that. At that time, I received a second felony. And I'll just back up really quick. The failure to report to jail on the operating after revocations was my first felony. It was a Class D felony. The second felony was for forging and uttering. That was a Class C felony. And I did arrive to jail on time this time. I had a 1-year sentence with a 5-year probation, and I served that sentence. I was also released early on that one for good behavior, just shy of the 12 months. During that time, I had a daughter that was born. Had to make a decision on what I wanted to do in my life, and I knew the way I was headed was not good. Figured when I got out, I would do everything I could to be that model person. Unfortunately, the felonies, which I've tried to bury as deep as possible, seem to rear their ugly head for various reasons. When it comes to advancing for certain things in my life, I was a truck driver in Wisconsin for quite a few years, and then me and my fiance at the time, we had 3 daughters at that point, and we moved to Arizona in 2007. I'm here in Arizona. I've been here ever since, and I've been working for a company for 14 years. I'm the sales and operations manager of a $100+ million company. I report directly to the president, the CFO, and the CEO of the company. And, I've worked hard to get where I'm at. However, I know I want more. There's always more. I have the drive. Unfortunately, having a felony on your record hinders you from doing things further. Financially, dealing with books, I've been entrusted to do many, many things with our chief financials officer. And, and I have, the credibility to do it. I have the experience to do it. And unfortunately, guidelines hinder that from happening. I guess furthermore, not just my career. I have my own business as well. I ran a graphics business for 6 years. I'm the owner, and obviously I make the rules that I want to run, and a felony is not one of my problems for that. But for my family, I now have a blended family. I have 5 daughters, all teenagers. 2 are left in the house. I have a 15 and 16-year-old, and heavily involved in volleyball out here at Arizona. Softball is another big one with the fall season coming up here. And, I'm like that dad. I'm right there in the game. Unfortunately, when it comes to, hey, why aren't you coaching? Why aren't you, why? And the answer is because I can't proceed with any of that because of the felonies. It really hinders me.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Barrera.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to make sure we get a chance for questions of the board. And thank you for relaying all that too. Your application was also very, very thorough. So we already had a lot of that as well. Any questions from the board for Mr. Barrero? No? Okay. If you'd like to add anything else, Mr. Barrero, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure we had an opportunity, and we're running short on time and heading into the next section.
No, I appreciate the consideration and relieving me of my 2 felonies and receiving a pardon. And I really hope it's something that can further my my career and family life in general. It's been something that's been with me for a long time that I'm ready to release.
And I usually note this at some point each session. No questions from the board isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just usually means the presentation was very thorough and your application was very thorough. It is in no way a reflection on your application.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Hope you all have a good day.
You too. We're going to take a quick break. If folks can be back at, is 10, 11, 10, 12 too much to ask? Just a quick step away from the computer? Okay, then be right back. Thank you. right, it looks like everyone's connected to audio who's been admitted. My name is Erin Deely. I'm Deputy Legal Counsel for the Governor. I'm chairing today's board hearing. Other members of the board present today are Anthony Cooper. He is Vice President of Strategic Partnership and Reentry Services at Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development, and he was actually granted a pardon from Governor Evers in January 2021. Jerry Hancock, he is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. Nadia Perez Reyes, she is Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. Myrna Warrington is Director of Vocational Rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation and a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature. Retired Judge Jeffrey Kremers, he was a Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge for 26 years, retiring in 2018. And Cindy O'Donnell, she served as Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under 3 former governors. So today we're going to be hearing a total of 30 applicants. These are in sections of 10. So you are the second 10 that we're hearing from this morning. In order to be eligible for a pardon, applicants have to have concluded their sentence at least 5 years ago. That includes any community supervision component. They can't have any pending criminal charges and cannot be sex offender registrants. Today's hearing, just for everyone's awareness, is being streamed live. And that's in compliance with our open meetings laws. So it is being streamed on WISI. Applicants, we hope to see you all on video. If you can't and you can only appear by audio, that is fine. If your case is not being heard by the board, please do us a favor and turn off your video so we can focus on the applicant in front of us and make sure you are on mute. If that's too technologically complicated and you don't want to mess with on and off cameras, that's okay, just keep the camera on. We'll be fine. Applicants, you have also been asked to give an introduction. Please keep it short. We've read your application. We know, you know, the details of your prior offense and all the things that you gave us in terms of background on the things you've done since your offense. So brief summaries of that, the offense you're seeking a pardon for, and you know what you've done since is appreciated. If I cut you off, don't feel bad about it. It's because I just want to make sure we have time for questions and that we can get to everyone today. Making sure I covered anything. Oh, you can expect to hear about a final decision on your application in about 2 to 3 months. And your patience is appreciated. And we're going to go in the order of the agenda. First up is Mr. Smith.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, Mr. Smith. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and then the board will probably have some follow-up questions for you.
All right, cool. I'm Demetric Smith. I caught my conviction when I was I looked at my file. It happened when I was 16 years old. I got arrested like a week and a half later, when I was 17. So that's how that happened. But I was young, bought a car. I was just eager to drive. I got my license as soon as I turned 16, eager to drive. Kind of knew I was making a bad decision, bought a car for about a couple of $100 and bought it anyway. And week and a half later, I'm facing a felony. So I'm just glad I learned that lesson early. And now that I'm older, that was over 20 years ago. You know, now I got kids that's older than I was when I caught my case. So I'm just moving forward, and I moved to Atlanta, Georgia about 5 years ago, and it's just been hard to get a place. It's been hard to move up in my job. I got my CDL license in like 2009. That was right when the crisis happened. So I didn't start using them until about 13 though. So I've been driving since then. I do ride share since I moved to Georgia. I do a lot of gig work because it's easy and it's good here. So instead of being on a truck 24/7, I do a lot of gig work. I'm trying to get into the notary agent business, which I need, you know, background clearance for that and background to get an apartment. I had got an apartment a few years ago when I got here, but it was such turmoil to have somebody like help me do it. Unless I stay in like a poverty area, it's just hard to get a good apartment here. So I'm just fighting that and just getting it together. You know, I haven't had any convictions since my conviction, and that's been over 20 years. So I'm just building on that. I did have a few scrapes with the law after my conviction because, you know, I was still young, still trying to figure it out, you know what I mean? But didn't catch any cases.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Do any members of the board have questions? Reverend Hancock and Anthony, do you want to go ahead and ask?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Smith. I was just going to ask if you can, well, two things. One is if you can kind of explain what gig work is. I know what it is, but I think other people should also know what that is as well.
Okay.
And then also if you have any other consistent work that you've been doing just over the years. Thank you.
Well, I got my Class A CDL driver with the doubles hazmat. I got like every endorsement on it. So I'm privy to drive for a lot of companies or like people that do, like the 1099 or whatever, because I got a great driving record and I'm just good at it. So I can kind of like do that whenever I want to, but I just lean to the gig work because I'm trying to get things together for when my kids come here. I don't have to be gone for 2 weeks. You get what I'm saying? At a time. It's like impossible. So I do like Lyft. I'm limited though with Uber. And I'm limited with some of the gig work because of my background. But Lyft, some reason I slide with that and some other 1099s. What's that? Grubhub, stuff like that. Atlanta's good for stuff like that. But it's always hit and miss with me because of my background.
Thank you.
No problem.
So this offense happened when you were really, really young. You said after that you indicated in your application, you did some counseling after.
Oh yeah.
My apologies. What did you take from that? Did that contribute to the sort of path you're on now?
Yeah. Yes, Enterprise is like a Milwaukee group. They do a lot of innovative things with the youth. A family member of mine actually like worked with them, so they used to come to my school. So it was just only right that I get involved, and it was just like they was coming to the school like 3 times a week. And even now, it's still going on now, 20 years later. So I still get involved with the cleanup. My family still works with them, so I'm just involved with that in the community when I go back to Milwaukee.
Did you do the counseling through that, or was that through a different service?
Yeah, that was
Oh.
through, yeah.
Okay. Great, thank you. Jerry, did you have a question?
I do. Mr. Smith, you may not have known this, but a judge in Milwaukee County reviewed your application and district attorney reviewed your application, and they both support your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I didn't know that, but it honestly makes me feel great. And it's just like, it makes you feel just humbled that I could possibly get a second chance. I mean, it's been a struggle, but I'm a go-getter. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let nothing stop me, but it's been a struggle. And I'm just honored and just humbled that they viewed it that way.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, if there are no other questions, that's all we have for you today, Mr. Smith.
Appreciate you guys. Everybody take care. Have a great day.
Thank you. You have a good weekend.
Yep.
Next applicant, Tony Johnson.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Hi. Well, as you said, my name is Tony Johnson, and I'm grateful and honored that you guys have taken opportunity to allow me the possibility of consideration for a pardon. It's been a long time coming, and I feel and know that it is definitely something that will get me to the next level in my life. I mean, I've been on one wonderful journey, for lack of a better term. I mean, I've endured and experienced some things in life that I don't feel and wish nobody has to endure ever, but it was learning experiences. It got me to who I am today. I wish I had known about this program many years ago, because I definitely would have made an opportunity to come before a board such as yourselves to get this felony off of me. It's something that I want to say not embarrassed about anymore, because I felt that it's made me who I am. However, it has limited me from doors being open to me and several other opportunities. I mean, if you go and you invest time, effort and everything you can into becoming somebody different. And to be told after 150 interviews later that that one thing that you did has prohibited any door from opening for you in that field. But it took that 150th interview to go on. To be told that is kind of, disheartening. But like I said, motivational used nonetheless, because it still kept me going. It kept pushing me, And when you, what my fiance told me once, when you know better, you do better.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do any members of the board have questions for Ms. Johnson? Cindy?
Just a comment, really, Ms. Johnson. I was so impressed with your application because at multiple points through it, you referenced the impact that your offense had on your victims. And you really were able to put yourself in that position on how it made them feel. And oftentimes, people are so focused on what the conviction did to their life, but you really showed an understanding for the impact on the victims. And I just really appreciated that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock?
Ms. Johnson, you may not know this, but a judge in Milwaukee County reviewed your application and supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Overwhelmed, overjoyed, and pleased to know that someone else knows and sees that it's a long time coming and it's due. And it's warranted, it's earned, for lack of a better term. I put in the work. I've done everything I can, and I've never, ever even let that become an option. I've struggled, don't get me wrong, in life. I've done things that I don't feel nobody should have to do. But one thing about it, like I said, I've never made that choice to do anything negative or vengeful or anything in regards to anything. I just look at it and be like, okay, you're going to get over this. This too shall pass. Keep on moving.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you for your time and for your application, Ms. Johnson.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Shannon Jefferson? Shannon Jefferson, you are on mute. So if you could unmute yourself. If you'd like to turn on your video, now would be the time as well.
I'm trying to, I just don't know how to do it. Oh, there it is. Good morning.
Good morning. You can go ahead.
Okay. I did write a statement, so please, I pre-apologize for looking down. But I just wanted to say good morning to the board and to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be before you requesting a pardon. My name is Shannon Jefferson, and my charges are as follows. My charge was racketeering, which is owning and operating an illegal enterprise. I served a bifurcated sentence of 3 years of incarceration, as well as 3 years of extended supervision. In the interest of time, I've condensed my thoughts and my experiences to give you the necessary information for your consideration. Again, that's incredibly appreciated. I think my sentence, I feel, was equally horrible, but absolutely a necessary experience, which makes me both humble and grateful. My incarceration not only changed my life, but it saved my life. And I'm 100% positive that had it not been for my forced separation from my co-defendant, Mr. Welch, I would not be here before you today. I'm 110,000% positive about that. While incarcerated through programming, I completed therapy. I completed anger management. I completed cognitive, which was my favorite because it teaches you about the consequences of your actions and how it affects everyone around you. And I also did family counseling with my children. I was able to shed the burdens of a life filled with sexual assault, rape, the constant barrage of physical, mental, emotional, financial, sexual, and psychological abuse that I had endured at the hands of my co-defendant, which is the father of all three of my children, Mr. Welch. Since my incarceration, in 2007, I left the corporate arena and opened up a facility services firms in 2007 and have successfully run that firm till today. In 2014, I became a homeowner. In 2016, I completed 2 executive MBAs one at the Foster School of Business in Washington, as well as a course completion at UWM. My business in 2018 became the Reader's Ranking Best Service Provider for Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And in 2018, I also became the Vice President of the National Association of Minority Contractors. In 2019, I became the Business Journal's Woman of Influence, as well as Black and Brown Agents of Change. I am respectfully requesting, humbly requesting a pardon to start the next chapter that I didn't realize I needed until 2020 when everything shut down, which is to teach about the construction trades. And I was recently, within the last 2 weeks, denied a position at the Social Development Commission as a teacher for their construction trades program because of my felony. And that is why I'm seeking a pardon.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. I wanted to talk a bit about the restitution. You were assessed joint and severally with your co-defendant, which means you're both jointly responsible for that amount, an enormous amount of restitution.
Yes.
That has not been paid off.
No.
Can you talk to me about efforts you've made to pay restitution, if you have plans moving forward to pay that restitution?
You know, what's interesting is I just completed an offering compromise with the IRS, and I didn't find out, and this is in all transparency, until yesterday at the Clerk of Circuit Courts, which is where I was at, that the money that I paid off to the IRS was not the restitution. And that's just an odd. So there was from the 2001 case, which I have the offering compromise sitting here, and I did submit it to the attorney. I paid off, I leveraged my house to pay towards the offering compromise, which was $300,000 in back taxes from me owning Milwaukee Medical Transit. Again, this is something that I completely take responsibility for. So it's not like I was negating the responsibility. The bills that I was getting were coming from the IRS, and they were in the same amount as the bill that was for restitution. So I settled that bill of $359,000 in the last maybe like month and a half. So I have the settled offering compromise that was submitted on my behalf for that 2001 debt of owning Milwaukee Medical Transit.
And that was the company underlying this matter.
Yes. So I had been paying towards the $300,000, and it was like throwing sand into the ocean. And so I hired an accountant to help me go back and do all of the taxes from then and figure out how to and what the IRS essentially did is said that if you give us this lump sum in 14 days, then we will give you the offering compromise for that amount. And when I submitted it to the attorney, once it came through, she was like, this is not your restitution. And that was yesterday at like 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes.
Coach Cremers?
So just so we're clear,
Mhm.
you have one bill with the IRS for the fact that the company made all this income and no income tax was paid on it. And that's the agreement you've worked out with the IRS is to take care of the tax liability for the money your company made.
Right.
Separate and apart from that is the fact that your company got a lot of money from Medicaid that they weren't supposed to get.
Mhm.
That's who you owe the restitution to for about $350,000, right?
Right. Okay. Yes. And that both of the amounts were the same. So I didn't know that they were different.
Right.
And because the fraud portion was read in, and I opened up Milwaukee Medical Transit after I left Mr. Welch's business. I was assessed. I earned $186,000 at Milwaukee Medical Transit, and then I was incarcerated. And the interest on the taxes that were not filed while I was incarcerated is what was accruing interest, and it had been accruing interest all while I was incarcerated, and then when I got home.
But the fact remains that very little restitution has been paid to Medicaid for the Welch family transportation money that they took from Medicaid they weren't entitled to get.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Jefferson. I was reading your application and the criminal complaint that accompanies it, and there's two references in the criminal complaint about you having a weapon during this time. One of them, one former employer says they left when they observed you pointing a gun at defendant Welch, and another person says they left when you shot somebody else over a dispute about funds. Can you speak to those incidents? What was that all about?
Sure. At the time, I was separated from Mr. Welch and living in Chicago, working at the Board of Elections. And I had returned home, and he had hired a young lady who I then found out was fraudulently signing the Medicaid papers with my name on them to do billing. She was also the cousin of the husband and wife who turned state's evidence on us. They were in an intimate position on the couch when I came in the house where my children were. I was returning from Chicago. I was angry. And that's why, again, I say that I don't believe that I would be here today had I not been incarcerated. I will not ever regret my 3 years. I will never, ever regret it. I'll never regret it, because I know that I wouldn't be here today if I would have stayed in that course of action of violence and abuse with someone, with my co-defendant. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have raised 3 great children. My son would have never went to college. So he would have never gotten his master's degree. I can't, in this very condensed format, I cannot really put into words how much of a different person I am today than the person that I was at that time. Mr. Welch got into an altercation with a young lady's husband. I got in the middle of it. He had 2 guns. He was pointing the gun at us, and I kind of, I went towards him in the hallway at my kid's godparents' house, and we got into a tussle. I took the gun and I fired it in his direction. But at the time, we didn't know that they were actually the ones that were cooperating with, they were the ones who helped us start the Welch Family Transportation. Eric and his wife were the ones who helped us start Welch Family Transportation. They were in the transportation business, and when their transportation business failed, then they were cooperating with the district attorney to on our case.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Jefferson, and thank you for your application and relaying. It sounded like some very personal things, so we appreciate your candor.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Gary Morgan.
Hello. Can you see and hear me now?
We can. You can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm a little bit nervous today, so I wrote down what I wanted to say so I don't forget anything. Good morning. My name is Gary Morgan, and I am now 53 years old. Today, I'm seeking a pardon for a burglary I committed 24 years ago when I was in my late 20s. My criminal history actually goes back to my late teens, where I committed a theft when I was 18 years old. The 3 misdemeanor convictions and a felony mentioned in my pardon application all had one common purpose. I took property that didn't belong to me so that I could sell the property to buy drugs. Or in the case of the conviction at 18, a group of friends and I worked together to steal alcohol so we could get drunk. It's very sad for me to look back at this now as a person who has worked hard to get sober and as a father figure to 2 boys to think how stupid my behavior was when at that young age. The felony burglary for which I am seeking a pardon came at the lowest point of my life. I was addicted to crack cocaine and alcohol and any other drug I could get my hands on. At that point, I craved those drugs, so I felt I had to do whatever it took to feed the addiction. I was staying with someone I had met who offered me a couch to crash on, and the next morning, I took personal property that didn't belong to me from the tenants downstairs to sell for drug money. I'm in no way proud of my behavior. To this day, what I did in committing the burglary and previous misdemeanors disgusts me. And the people that I offended by doing this in no way earned that type of behavior from me. You know, they didn't deserve to go through it either. I don't view my addiction as an excuse for my conduct. Being an addict led me to make terrible choices, but they were still my choices. And I own that. I am ashamed and deeply regretful for what I did to people who befriended me and were kind to me. There was one positive change that came of my felony conviction. I do wish it would have come sooner. With my felony sentence to probation in April of 1998, Judge Barron and my probation officer somehow got through to me. Somehow I realized either I changed my life or I'm going to spend my adulthood incarcerated or dead. There's no other way to look at that. I'm so deeply grateful for the judge and the probation officer for getting through to me at that point. It took some time. Within a year of my conviction, I started to work on my sobriety through AA. It's no coincidence that I have led a crime-free life since. May I tell you what I have done since my conviction? I'm very thankful and to be able to say I've gotten sober and lived crime-free since my first AA meeting, March 13th, 1999. In my pardon application, I have explained in answer to question number 11, the importance of my sobriety has played in my life over the past 23 plus years. For me and others I have encountered, sobriety is a process. Nobody who has had an addiction can expect success to come easily, and you never graduate from AA. My own sobriety started with AA and a sponsor named Keith Keller, who I called Pappy. He was like a dad to me. I listened, I learned, I followed what he told me to do. His influence on me was so great that I actually have a tattoo of the Break the Addiction ribbon and his name in the center on my leg. It remains as a daily reminder for me that his teachings saved my life. Well, gradually, I found successes in my life. Success in employment meant that my sobriety was working and that more success could come. With sobriety, I was fortunate enough to meet Amy, been my life partner for more than 21 years now, and her two young sons, Douglas and James, who were 11 and 9 years old when we got together. I'm proud to say that I helped Amy raise those boys, and they consider me to be their dad. And coincidentally, they're both college graduates. Of tremendous importance, I learned that assisting others to work towards sobriety helps my own sobriety. Even though Pappy is gone now, I'd like to think I have paid forward to many people in AA the generosity and lessons he taught me. I wrote one example of his teachings in my pardon application because it was so meaningful to me and a lot of other people I've met in recovery. When I first met him, he said, "I hear you need a car." And then he said, "And I need a roof." So he gave me the car in exchange for working on his roof. Since then, several times I have bought cars and done the same thing for people getting started with their own sobriety. Because one of the things where we do this in Lake Country is there's no mass transportation. So to help them get to work and do what they need to do is one of the things that I do to assist people to stay sober. Those people have told me just how much it means to them to have this done. I have stayed involved in the AA group and the Lake Area Club for more than 20 years. I have been a friend, sometimes a sponsor, and possibly a role model. In fact, for 17 years, I was on the board of directors where I served as treasurer, vice president, and for 5 years as president of the Lake Area Club. The fellowship of this group is deeply important to me as someone who has made it out of the depths of addiction to lead a sober and productive life. I think you'd like to know why I need a pardon or would like one. A pardon would mean the absolute world to me personally. I am trying to take over the business operations for a property management company that I work with. The owner lives out of state. He's told me that a pardon would make him much more comfortable in turning over the control to me. He also feels it would help our investors / customers feel more comfortable if they were to look me up on CCAP or whatever to see a pardon there. But I also feel it'd be beneficial to the other members of my AA group to show them that doing hard work, getting and staying sober for many years can lead to forgiveness. Finally, I know the governor doesn't just grant pardons to help people with the stigma of a conviction, but getting forgiven is still very important to me on a personal level. At this time, I'd like to thank all of you for what you do, for listening to me. For many years, we weren't afforded this opportunity, And I'm grateful and very humble for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I have no questions. Thank you for that very thorough explanation of just your sobriety, and congratulations on all the hard work and successes you've had with that. Any questions from the other members of the board? Go ahead, Reverend.
Mr. Morgan, just very quickly, I just wanted to say that in reading your application, it was very clear how much AA had done for you and how much you through AA had been able to do for other people. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes your time with us. You have a good weekend, Mr. Morgan. Thank you.
You as well.
Next applicant is Trevor Weaver. Looks like we already have you. Go ahead.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am. Trevor Weaver. I was convicted of a burglary in 1995, a month before I turned 18. And it's been a long journey. I did construction at the time. Didn't have either of my parents around. Was kicked out of school. Had no place to really live, eat, anything. So at that time, I felt like that was my quick way of getting money and being able to survive at that time. Since then, I mean, I work construction. Construction started going really bad. I started working for the Geek Squad out of all places. Before I got to the Geek Squad, though, I was in trouble again and again. Ended up getting revoked from probation. Ended up spending a few months in Gordon Correctional Facility, where there I was able to get my HSED. I don't know if you guys know the difference between a GED and an HSED. At that time, it was a couple extra tests, and when you complete that, you could bring it to any high school that you ever went to and get an actual high school diploma. I had to write a letter to the school why I wanted it from them. I ended up getting my high school diploma. And from there, then I went to the Geek Squad, started working for the Geek Squad at $8 an hour, part-time, worked my way up, attended college the whole time. So I was gone 7 days a week from morning till night, it felt like. After that, I started working for a company called Avtech. Avtech is owned by the Pohlads. The Pohlads own the Minnesota Twins. I did all their IT work. Was great. Started traveling, didn't really like traveling. Started working for another company, which was Oak Grove, and then MBI, which is a government lending company that make thousands and thousands of dollars through Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. Ended up staying there for 8 years. They asked me to leave on good graces because they were going with an India support company. And now I'm working for a construction company again, making double the amount of money that I was making there. I'm on my third house that I bought, brand new vehicles. Come back to it, restitution. It was joint several between a couple other kids. I paid it all myself. I worked it all off. It was like almost $10,000. I feel like I've accomplished so much through my community and helping others that this pardon would be a self thing for myself, you know, a self gratitude, saying that I've accomplished it, that I've done it, I've worked through it, and just move on with life.
You had a significant amount of restitution assessed and paid that all back. How did you do that?
I worked hard and paid it back. I mean, at the time, an attorney had contacted me and said that he would like me to bring these other two people to court that was joint several and try to sue them to get the money off. But at the time, I was just like, I just want to be done with it. it's paid off. I'm good. These other guys can now get a break in their life or something. So it was just a thing of me trying to build my life better and to do something good for somebody else that, you know, didn't have the opportunity to pay it.
And I don't know, you do, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Any
That's
other
okay.
questions or comments from the board?
At this time, I don't. I was super nervous about this. I haven't been able to do any of this kind of thing or in front of a court or people like this in years, with everybody staring at you and judging, you know, so.
No, you're doing just
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
We look like we have a couple questions from board members. Cindy?
Okay.
So you listed a 2001 battery. What were the circumstances on that?
I was leaving the bar. Some friends got into it with some other people, and because I was on probation, even any contact with anything like that, any kind of a police came, I was automatically taken.
What did you do?
Just basically help push the people out of the way, but because I was in conflict with cops and on probation, it was an automatic go to jail.
But you were convicted of a battery. So did you plead guilty to the battery for pushing police or pushing other people or hitting?
It was like 4 or 5 of us all kind of rustling around. So I know one guy got hurt, but I don't know exactly what happened at that situation.
Okay. Okay.
I haven't drank alcohol or done drugs in over 20 years.
Right. Congratulations on that.
Or even go to a bar for that matter. I have no reason to.
Then, you know, you had a felony warrant from Minnesota in 2002. What was that about?
This case was joined with a Minnesota case as well because we came across borders when we were doing burglary. So that's why. And then I moved from Minnesota to Wisconsin, Minnesota to Wisconsin, just back and forth. So probation went both ways.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And you may have heard Judge Kremers speak to this to a previous applicant, but you state that you're not allowed to vote, and you are allowed to vote in Wisconsin once you've completed your sentence. So you're off supervision.
I realized that, but at the time I didn't know. So yeah.
Just want to clarify.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you reside in Minnesota?
No, I'm actually live in Hudson, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Yes.
Jerry?
Yeah. Did you know you had a very positive letter from the sheriff of St. Croix County who actually knew you back in the day, and he strongly supports your application? How does that make you feel?
I think it's great. You know, Scott is now the head sheriff in St. Croix County in Hudson, Wisconsin, where I live. I see him all the time. He was the guy that would be arresting me when I was younger, causing trouble. And now he sees how successful I am and, you know, and the things that I've done for the community. And he was more than honored to write that. So it was a great feeling. I consider him a friend.
Great. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. And we did get some contact from, we provide, of course, victim notification of any applicants, and when the homeowners did also reach out and support your application.
Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Okay, I think that concludes your hearing. And you have a good weekend, sir.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Ms. Peavy?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Yeah. Sorry about my lightning. My name is Brigitte Peavy. Appreciate you guys for being available to hear this party. Okay, so I just want to first off say I am very nervous. I caught a case in 2000 of June. I was about 21 years old. I was very naive at this time. The case was a felony for misappropriation of ID, conspiracy, and party to a crime. at this time of my life, I pretty much was just trying to figure things out. There was no reason for me to even do the actions that I did. I was book smart, not street smart at all. So I was naive to what was going on in the streets and the things that individuals did to live. So I got sucked right on up in it. Me being naive, having no clue to what was going on, or I should have known better though, because it wasn't my place to, I was working at an agency at this time what you would call privileged information. And I had access to people's information, and I had got a couple people's names and information, and the individuals knew about it. They asked me, I provided the information, didn't think anything about it at that time, and I should not have. They used the information to get, I guess, like phones and computer laptops and things of that nature. And I should have never done that. Should have never even been involved in that situation. So I take full accountability for even providing anybody information under any circumstances, anybody for any reason. That was not my place to do that. So I take full responsibility for that. I have not seen these people since the case, which has been over 20 years. I'm 43 now. Have not cared to see them, speak to them or anything. I think I just ran like Forrest at that point, because I had to process this information and the situation I had got myself into for a long period of time. And I actually just came to the realization that I needed to face it. I did. I wish I could meet the individuals, the victims that are impacted by my actions, because it was my actions that caused them to be in situations that they should not have had to be in to fix anything that I took part in, as far as their credit, their credibility, etc. Outside of that, I have worked after processing the information for 5 years. I think I went through depression from the situation. I've been a single mom ever since. So I think it took me forever just to process the information, because I had never been in trouble before and I haven't been in any trouble afterwards. So it just took me a long time to process the information. I was on, I did 14 months for CCC, Huber work release, because I had kids at that time and I was in school and I had to work, of course. And I had, I think 5 years of probation, which got extended because at that time, it was really hard for me to work and be mom at that time and pay, I guess, my probation restitution or pay my probation officer. So it got extended another 2 years, not for behavior or anything of that nature, just because I wasn't able to pay like I was supposed to, because I was in the poverty level of incomes at that time. Since then, I did get released off probation with no issues after that. So it basically went to a 7-year term versus a 5-year term. After that, I got myself all the way together. I stayed away from anybody, anything that I didn't know what they were doing outside of the right thing. And of course, that educated me more on the streets. I went to school. I got my certification for Med Tech. Been in healthcare for 25 plus years. I got my CNA. Recently, I have tons of certifications, but I've been strictly into the healthcare field, giving excellent customer service to patients and residents, doing personal home care, things of that nature, for patients with ending care, for patients that their families wasn't able to be there, etc. It took a lot of time for me to get my credibility back up, and I was able to. Recently, I received my bachelor's in business and healthcare administration. I have been working in that field. I have 2,200 hours, so I am able to be a licensed nursing home administrator if that's the direction I decided to go. Originally, it was. I've been working in behavioral and mental health, working with the kids. Found out that's my passion. I have been doing that for 8 years, 4 years off and on. So that turned out to actually be my passion, where I can educate, inspire, and just help these kids that are going through behavioral and mental issues in general, where they feel like they don't have anyone to turn to and their life can't be turned around. I actually went that direction. So I'm in school now for my master's in psychology to be a mental and behavioral health therapist. I have 9 months left to do that. in the process, I also have helped my son gain his first property. He's 26 now, so we did that about when he was about 21 years of age. Help them get their credit and their personal credit and their business credit intact, so that that way they can be prominent adults, young adults into the community. I worked at the city of Milwaukee Health Department for about 5 to 6 years. I started out with the agency as well in the lead department. So I helped with getting the grants, doing the auditing, things of that nature. I was very good at that job. However, I did just recently relocate to Georgia, where I am working in the mental and behavioral health, doing ABA therapy for kids of ages 4 to 14 years of age, doing clinical and school settings, helping them with learning disability and behavior disabilities and things of that nature. The biggest reason why I feel like not only should I receive the pardon, but I deserve it because I have really put in the work with doing community events, being just having a testimony in general about where I came from to where I'm at now. Because you always hear this thing where people always say felonies can't, when you have a felony, you can't do this and you can't do that. And I just don't, I feel like it's some truth to that, but it's really not a whole lot of truth to that. It's just about how much footwork you put in and things of that nature as well. And just building your character back up to be what it should be, if that's who you really are. And that speaks for itself. And I just don't want my past to dictate my future and where I'm going.
Thank you, Ms. Peavy. Any questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Good morning, Ms. Peavy. It looks like from our records that you still owe about $40,000 in restitution and costs. Anything you want to say about that?
I wasn't aware of that because initially I thought being on probation was the restitution. So when I went and looked it up on the thing, it said something about joint and several. So I'm assuming that's all of us supposed to pay, but whatever I need to do to get it done, I have no problem with doing it. I have went on and I have bought me a home, a family home for me and my family. It's a lot of things I have done, so I'm sure there would be no issue. If I could meet the victims that were impacted by this situation and give them my sincerest apologies, that would be the biggest thing that I do. And whatever I need to do to help make the situation a little bit lighter for them and even myself, that's what I would do. So it would be no problem making that payment or paying that amount off. Whether they do their part or not, that's not my concern.
But in 21 years, you haven't paid any restitution or reached out to the victims.
I don't even know who the victims are. And I didn't know that I thought the probation was, what I was paying for probation was the restitution.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cindy?
Yes, Ms. Peavy, I just want to go back to the original offense because I think I'm trying to understand what you did wrong. Did you provide information that you obtained to people so that they could fraudulently get cable and phone service?
Additionally, I did provide 2 names. I did.
Okay, because in your application, you say you didn't. You were asked, I was asked to provide information on individuals to help them out and I refused.
So initially, that's exactly. So initially it was a refusal. So I had to go back through the paperwork and see exactly what names that were being used. Because I wasn't sure. I don't even know the people, the individual that was locked up. I don't even know him. I never met him before. So the young lady, the information that I had given to them, they said they never given it to him. So that's where the refusal came in, and I didn't initially do it. But to come to find out that they did give him the information and he did use it. So I take full responsibility for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you for your time today, Ms. Peavy.
Thank you.
Next applicant on the agenda is Mark Cluck.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead, Mr. Cluck.
When I was about 17 years old, one of my friends and I went to another friend's home, and that is where I got the burglary charge. We took some money out of their parents' bedroom, and I hope that hasn't impacted their life forever. And my forgery was from staying at somebody's house that I had met, and I wrote out a couple of, I think it was about 3 checks for, I think one was for like a pizza, and then probably the others was cigarettes and gas. That was probably about 20, 25 years ago, I would say. Since then, I just recently got married 2 years ago. I've been with my wife for over 13 years. During the time that we were together, we've bought a house together. I bought a vehicle together. I took in her daughter when she was 4 years old, which I consider my daughter. Since my application, I've also become, for my job that I'm currently at, I'm pool certified. I work in a hotel industry, so I'm in and out of guest rooms, and there's been no issues with that. I take money to the bank. I empty out vending machines. Some of the reasons why I'd like to be pardoned is I would like to open my own maintenance repair business and also pool business, and that might affect going into some people's residence or other businesses. I'm just looking down at my notes. I don't drink anymore. I never have done drugs. I pretty much just work and help out my friends when they need help. I go home. I don't get into trouble. I don't have any speeding tickets at all. I would like to be able to go to Canada fishing with my family who have a cabin there. Just recently, my son is asked to go hunting, and he knows all about my trouble I've been into, and told him that, you know, I'm not allowed to take him hunting because of what I did. And that's one thing, is I told him that I was working on trying to clear everything up. I think that's about all I got.
2 quick things, Mr. Cluck.
Yes.
You mentioned the homeowners and wondering what the impact was on them. I just thought you might want to know that homeowner did respond back to our reach out that we do to victims. And they did not dispute your application and are in support of it, assuming you haven't reoffended. Would just thought you'd like to know that.
That's great.
Secondly, though, your characterization of the offense is almost as though at the time you didn't think it really was a big deal. Maybe they wouldn't notice, you know, sort of dancing around. Well, you sort of maybe had permission, you know, really minimizing the impact that a crime like this can have on victims and victims' feelings of safety in their own home. Can you speak to that sort of tone, and if that's reflective of how you feel about the seriousness of your offense?
I didn't mean it to come off as that. When we were in there, I was, you know, when we were doing the crime, you know, we pretty much thought that we could get away with it, and we didn't think about any of the actions at that time, and you know what it would have caused them and what type of trouble we could get into. You know, I wish I could go back to that day, because it would have never ever happened.
Okay. Reverend Hancock?
Mr. Cluck, in addition to the victim's letter supporting your application, you had 2 letters from your employers who both own hotels and speak very highly of how much confidence they have in you and allowing you to go in and out of guest rooms and I guess actually work at the front desk. And so they have a lot of confidence in you. How does that make you feel?
Great. I still talk to them also to this day. It makes me feel good. My current position is actually in a hotel right now, so that's my job now. It's good to know that they can have the trust in me to do the job without wondering, is he doing something? Is he taking something? I owe everything to Andy for actually giving me the job a long time ago, starting at a hotel. Because I think if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would be in this career.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board, comments? And I have to apologize. I might have been I think I conflated your application with another.
Okay.
So my apologies for that. You did speak to the impact you had on the victim throughout your application, and I had to correct that.
Oh, okay.
All right. You have a good weekend. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Clark.
thank you. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Jones? Philip
Yes.
Jones.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning to the board. I wrote something down, so so to begin, I would like to start by thanking the board and this opportunity. I've been seeking this opportunity my entire adult life, and I find it hard to put it into words how grateful I am today to be heard. I was convicted of 3 counts of aiding/harboring a felon in 2011 as a result of my actions on May 8th, 2010. I gave a ride to 2 individuals whom I considered to be friends at the time, away from the scene of what I learned to be was a robbery, or 2 robberies, I should say. I acknowledge the fact that I did break the law. I take full accountability for the fact that I did assist these individuals.
Mr.
Hello?
Jones, you have
Hello?
a little bit of a connectivity problem. Normally don't, if you want to try to turn off the video, that might help with some of the connection, but you're cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh, okay. Is this better?
Turn off the video.
Is this better?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of out in an area because I'm working. Okay, so to continue, I said I take full accountability and for the fact that I did assist these individuals in victimizing students that attended the same university as me. And for that, I've always felt terrible, and I am truly sorry. I hope that the victims can find it in their hearts to forgive me for my role in this one day. Needless to say, I've learned countless lessons from this situation. I'm more thorough about who I hang around and what activities I allow in my presence. And I can assure you all that me being involved in something even remotely similar to this could never and would never happen again. As far as my sentence, I was sentenced to 1 year of house of correction on the 3rd count and 3 years of probation on the first 2. I successfully discharged from probation 3 years later in November of 2014 and haven't been charged with anything since. I feel it's important to note that there was no motive in this crime that I can really speak to. I didn't seek to receive any money, nor did I receive any from the robberies. I come from a law-abiding middle-class family. My father, who has passed away now, was in the Army for 25 years and certainly raised me with discipline and integrity. I was already an entrepreneur at the time and had just got paid a few $100s to DJ a birthday party a couple hours prior to this. I'm by no means perfect or an angel, but I've never had a motive to commit a crime like this. The only motive that I could think of in giving these individuals a ride at the time would have been peer pressure or simply not wanting to be seen as quote unquote leaving them hanging. But as I've matured and reflected on this poor decision, I've realized that by putting me in the position they put me in to begin with, they were the ones who were leaving me hanging. And I've since come to that realization as a man that I shouldn't even care to associate with individuals who would do such a thing. To speak on what I've done since my convictions, I would say that I was on an accelerated path to success before, during, and after this case. I graduated from Brown Deer High School in 2009, a year early at the age of 17. I immediately began summer classes at UWM, eventually graduating with 2 bachelor's degrees in 2011, thanks in part to the judge allowing me to start my sentence the day after my last semester ended. About halfway through the sentence, I became eligible for Huber privileges, at which time I immediately started taking courses for my master's degree. Despite not having the same technology or resources that the other students had when I returned to the House of Correction, I pushed through and obtained my master's degree in 2013 at the age of 21 with a 3.3 cumulative GPA. To note some of the other positive aspects of my life outside of academics, I am an owner of both a DJ business and a trucking business. I'm a Prince Hall Mason, which is an organization that I've done over 100 hours of community service with. And of course, can't forget to mention my greatest accomplishments, my 3 children, who are my biggest motivation to keep pushing. Though I've achieved academic goals in record times, I have still struggled quite a bit with finding employment that matched my credentials for many years after my release. This gave me more of a push down an entrepreneurial path. I've continued to build my DJ business from what it was at the time that this occurred to now being a multi-service company that's provided DJ and photo booth services to hundreds of weddings and private events across Wisconsin and Illinois. I've also started an interstate trucking business a little bit over a year ago, and that is growing every day. I didn't think that my felony record would affect me if I was in business for myself, but there have been many instances that it still has and does. In regards to my DJ business, I was removed from a platform that provided me leads for almost 2 years because they demanded that all of their vendors undergo a background check. And as you guys can probably assume, I did not pass. In regards to the trucking business, there were 2 ways that my felony record has restricted me in taking certain loads. The first being loads that cross the Canadian border, and the other being loads that require a TSA security clearance. Both of these types of loads pay more than the typical because of what's needed to haul them, and I haven't been able to take them, obviously, with my record. There have been many other ways that I've been restricted by the felony record. One of the ways that sticks with me the most was when I was denied a life insurance policy by a company that I had actually sold life insurance for as an agent for years. When I inquired about the denial, the insurance company said that they could see the original charges on my background report, and having these convictions placed me outside of their risk appetite. I also applied to Marquette Law School after obtaining my master's degree and was denied. Although there were members of the board that I personally spoke to and were supportive of my admission, I didn't receive the acceptance largely due to my felony record. My career goal prior to this was to be an attorney. Though I've been pushed to pursue other paths to provide for myself and my family, this is something that I would still like to pursue if granted a pardon by the governor. I used to think that this wasn't possible until I met Judge Mathis, who was one of my greatest inspirations. After appearing on an episode, he brought me and my father into his chambers and shared with me that he was, in fact, once a felon. He told me to be persistent in seeking a pardon as he was and to never give up on my aspirations, which has brought me here today. I feel that if given the opportunity, I could become an attorney and use my experiences to help and inspire other young men and women that find themselves charged or convicted of crimes and get them on the path to being a contributory member of society. This would be a dream come true for me. To summarize why I feel I would be a good candidate for a pardon, I would say this. 1, the crimes that I've been convicted of are not a reflection of a pattern of behavior and came about based on a lack of judgment in the moment, which was a few weeks after my 18th birthday. 2, I've grown and worked extremely hard to I've grown and worked extremely hard to show and prove that I will be a contributing member to society since being convicted. And lastly, it would remove barriers for me that have been restricting me financially, physically, and otherwise for years, undoubtedly improving the quality of life for me and my children in more ways than one. And because I am a father of 3 children that look up to me, I would like to be able to explain to them one day that we all make mistakes, but when you are accountable, redemption is not unattainable. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from board members? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
morning.
You are the subject of a restraining order that was issued in 2019. Can you talk about the circumstances around that?
Yes. So that restraining order is from the mother of one of my 3 children. It came about from a very volatile relationship that has since ended about 4 years ago now. I don't communicate with her at all anymore. And she actually filed for that restraining order the day after I pressed charges on her for an incident where she wound up being convicted ultimately of disorderly conduct with domestic abuse. I feel like she knew at the time that I was going to be filing a restraining order following charges. So she just basically went to file one on me as well. And it was granted based on a video that she showed to the judge that was 3 years old at the time. It would be about 6 years old now. And she is currently awaiting sentencing for the DV charge, as well as 2 charges of interference with child custody. So it was a situation where I years ago, I allowed her manipulation with not allowing me to see my son get me to a place where I would get angry and I would deal with it in the wrong ways. But there's been years now that I haven't spoke to her, and I've dealt with that situation legally.
So was this restraining order issued for 5 years? Are you still under the restraining order?
It was for 3 years, I believe, and I am still under the restraining order.
So do you know when it expires?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm sorry, do you have custody of the child you share?
Yes, I have custody and 50-50 placement now.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Jerry?
Yeah, Mr. Jones, you have a very impressive application and your academic work is stellar. But I want to go back to the night of the offense. In your application, you imply that you were simply dropping your friends off at a party or someplace they wanted to go, and then you left and they called you and you came back to pick them up. That's the way I read your application. The victim and your co-defendants tell a very different story, that you were driving the van when they identified the victims walking along the sidewalk, and they got out and committed the robberies and then got back in the van. And the victim identifies the van that you were driving, and your co-defendants tell the same story. So why is your application, your view of that night so different than the victims and your co-defendants?
Well, as far as the co-defendant is concerned, there was one co-defendant that made several statements, and my position on a lot of the things that the statements that he made was, it was clear to me that he was making things up that he felt that the police would be able to use against the other co-defendants in order to escape accountability from the situation. So some of the things that my co-defendant said were true, but a lot of it wasn't. Like I said, I believe he made at least 4 different statements. So all of it was not true. As far as the victim, from my understanding, the victim of what was the second robbery, because I was charged with 3 based on the fact that they had done 2 before they got into my vehicle. And then the third one was after I was already in custody, but I was charged with it still on the basis of conspiracy. So from my understanding, the second victim did see my van approach the scene, or a witness saw the van that I was driving approach the scene. But I wasn't there the whole time. And if the co-defendant had said that in his series of statements, the only answer that I could give was that he was lying to escape accountability for himself.
Okay, well, let me just follow this up a little bit. In the criminal complaint, the officer interviewed Amanda Smith, the victim, and she identified the described minivan as the van the 2 individuals who robbed her and her friend at gunpoint ran to after the robbery. So the van that you were driving was there at the time of the robbery, and the victim says the people who robbed her got in your van and you drove away. Is she lying?
I wouldn't go as far as to say that the victim was lying, but I'm not lying either. My friends did call me or my friend did call me to come to the scene. They actually, I don't know if it's in the report, but after I was apprehended, they called another individual to come pick them up as well, and that individual was arrested as well. I wouldn't say that the victim is lying. I would assume that that was the second victim in the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Jones, for your time.
Thank you. You all have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too. Next applicant is Jason Hendrickson.
Hello. Is that on my? Is it getting the reverb on your side?
It seems better now.
Okay. All right. I'll get started. Hi, my name is Jason Hendrickson, and I first wanted to start out by thanking the board for taking the time today and for this opportunity. The charge for which I'm requesting a pardon is from a felony burglary charge I received in 2011 after entering the home of my grandfather, Gerald Hollis, illegally without his permission and stole from him. At the time, I was struggling with substance abuse, but I knew what I was doing was wrong and hurtful, and he didn't deserve that, especially from his grandson. I know he felt betrayed and that my actions affected our relationship. I spiraled quickly and continued to make poor and hurtful decisions and committed a number of thefts around the same time as well. I was sentenced into drug court and 2 years of probation. I completed drug court, but before I started probation, I relapsed. I informed my probation officer of that fact the first time we met and was given the chance to get things figured out on my own, which I was unable to do. Eventually, I was placed in custody on an ATR after taking money from a woman that I worked with. Again, an innocent bystander who deserved to feel safe and secure with her belongings, and I took that from her. No charges were filed, and I was able to repay her with my final check from that job. That day would end up being the start of my sobriety, October 3rd of 2013. I was tired of hurting other people and willing to do whatever was necessary to keep and stay sober. I was able to complete the rest of the terms of my probation without incident. I was extended on probation twice due to restitution still owed. I had around $13,000 to pay. It wasn't for lack or non-payment. It just took me a while to get that amount paid. As soon as I was able, I began regularly attending community support meetings. It was in the recovery community that I really began to thrive and ultimately start to give back. I found a way to turn all of my bad decisions and experiences into something positive by sharing my story of failure and redemption with those still suffering and offering some hope. I've been able to travel around Wisconsin, sharing my story at meetings and conferences. I regularly hand out my phone number, give rides to meetings, and sponsor newcomers. I've been involved in committees that have brought sober young people's conferences to our area. And my current group brings the meeting to our local detox center every Tuesday night. The other key to my success was choosing, after my ATR, to move into an Oxford sober living house. I ended up living there for almost 5 years and was able to mentor men that would live there. I was able to show them what it looked like to live sober and to connect with the sober community. Even there, I was able to teach basic life skills such as, balancing a checkbook, budgeting, and even resume writing. It was while at Oxford, I was able to land a great job with the city as a transit operator and earn my CDL. I'm still employed with them 7 years later. After paying all my debts, restitution, and making amends, I was able to purchase my first home in December of 2018. The reason I feel like I need or deserve this pardon, beyond the fact it's been over 10 years and no new charges, and my work in the community, is really based solely around my family and being a better father. My eldest is 16 and has special needs, and just this year I welcomed another son who is now 6 months old. I have a great job, but at times can use the extra money, and have tried to find secondary employment that fits my kind of changing schedule at Metro. I applied for both Uber and Lyft, but was denied employment due to my criminal record. Secondly, one thing I would like to complete is my real estate licensing. I was in school for that before a lot of my trouble and never finished it. While my felony doesn't prevent me from being licensed, it will hinder my being able to find work in that field. And lastly, I come from a family and generations of hunters. Just this last year, I missed out on the opportunity to join in my son, witnessing him shoot his first deer. And it pains me to miss those moments because of my mistakes in my past. I now have an opportunity with my youngest to be able to pass on those traditions and traditions too as well, and just ask the board for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It appears your grandfather, the victim in this case, has since passed away. Is that correct?
Right, correct.
Were you able to make amends at all with him before his passing? I know you paid all the restitution. I saw that in your file.
Right, I was able to pay that, and no, our relationship really never improved after that. I know he was hurt, and honestly, through the recovery process, and I couldn't force a relationship or a change. I had reached out from time to time, had my son try to reach out, but really nobody in our family had much communication with him after that. And, it's largely in part to do with, my behavior on that day. So.
Thank you.
It was tough.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Thank you for your time, sir. You have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Last applicant, Joel Levine. You're still on mute, sir.
Unmute, is that better?
Yep, we can hear you. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
My name is Joel Levine. I was convicted of receiving stolen property back in 1986. I received a pickup truck that was bought on my behalf. At the time I got it, I didn't know it was stolen. When I did find out, I didn't know what to do, so I traded it in on a used car. And then ended up going to court on this. I made full restitution to all parties involved prior to going to court. And I received 2 years probation, which I was released from early. And since then, with community activity, I basically help all my neighbors. I plow snow for them, maintain their cars. And the reason I'm seeking to get a pardon is because my wife has health issues, and I retired 3 years ago. And now it looks like I'm going to be going back to work. And, I've seen in the past where, employers aren't supposed to judge you by your past as far as being a convicted felon. And it does happen because a lot of times, right after this, when I was looking for work, you go to the job interviews, and once they start digging into the conviction, they want to know everything about it. And then I'm either overqualified or somebody else eventually gets the job. And I was released from a job because of this. And I took that to the state labor board, and basically the company said, well, you get unemployment, and that's all we're going to do. So, and I had been an employee there for 6 years prior to this. And once the supervisor found out about it, they terminated me. So now that I'm going to have to go back into the workforce, I look at it as I probably have 2 strikes against me. I'm 64 years old. And, with that and the felony, it's going to be hard enough to find a job. And, I'm going to be looking for a good paying job, because I'm going to have to pick up the slack for the house payment and everything else that goes along with it, with my wife not working any longer. So that's pretty much the reason why I'm asking for this.
Thank you for that explanation, sir. Anybody have any questions? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Levine. So you may have heard me ask other applicants this, but you did not submit any letters of support with your application. Can you speak to that?
It's not something I'm proud of, and I feel very uncomfortable bringing it up to anybody. My father-in-law is a retired police sergeant, and I'm sure I could have asked him, but I'm not comfortable with that. It's not something I'm proud of. It's just something that, I keep to myself. It's nothing to brag.
Perry?
Mr. Levine, did you know that a judge in Milwaukee County reviewed your application and supports your application for a pardon? How does that make you feel?
No,
after all these years?
Pretty good. You know, I wouldn't expect it, but you know, I'm very appreciative of it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, looks like that's all we have for you today, Mr. Levine. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Bye.
Okay, that concludes that second set of 10 applicants. With that, do I have a motion to move the meeting into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.851A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning cases for the board, for purposes of considering specific applications, and for purposes of considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific people.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay, second. With that, we will move into closed session. I will put Wisconsin Eye into the waiting room. And I will stop live stream. We will return to open session now. Okay, I think we're streaming. I can get confirmation of that, Nick.
It looks like it, but it'll take a few seconds before that patches through to YouTube.
All right, says we're streaming. Hi, everybody. My name is Erin Deely. I am Deputy Legal Counsel for the Governor. I'm serving as chair for today's pardon board hearing. I want to introduce the rest of the board members here today. We have Jerry Hancock. He is director of the Prison Ministry Project. He was previously a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and a DOJ administrator. Nadia Perez Reyes is the assistant secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She was also a former public defender as well. Myrna Warrington is director of vocational rehabilitation on the Menominee Indian Reservation, and she's been a member of the Menominee Tribal Legislature for 13 years. Judge Jeff Kremers, he served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, retiring in 2018. And then Cindy O'Donnell, she served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under 3 former governors, and also as an administrator for 2 attorneys general. Okay, today you are our third set. We've heard from 20 other applicants already this morning. We're in the second half of session. And we're going to hear from 10 applicants this afternoon. In order to be eligible for a pardon, applicants must have concluded their sentence at least 5 years ago, including any community supervision time, so like parole, pardon, or like parole, community supervision, extended supervision, probation. And applicants can have no pending criminal charges and cannot be a sex offender registered. Today's hearing is being streamed online and on WISI, so just be aware that this is a public meeting and it is being streamed accordingly for public open meetings laws. Applicants, we hope to see you all on video. It's not required. If you don't have that capability calling in today, totally fine, audio will work. We just ask that if your application is not currently being considered by the board or not being, if you're not up, that you have your camera off and you're on mute. In introducing yourself, I know people will sometimes prepare remarks. They're set to sort of provide the introductory statement of their case. Just keep in mind that we have read your applications. We have read the background of your offense, all the information you provided, we've reviewed it. So what we really need from you is like a recap, cliff notes of what your offense is about and what you've done since. So we ask that you keep it brief. If it starts to get a little long, more than 5 minutes, nothing personal, I will interject, cut you off just to make sure we have time to ask questions and ask for clarification on any points. The board might not have any questions for you, And that's okay too. That's not all that unusual. It doesn't mean anything good or bad. It just means that your presentation or your application was answered all of our questions. Finally, you can expect to hear from the board regarding the decision on your application in about 2 to 3 months. And we appreciate your patience. We know that people are very anxious to hear the results of everything, but just want reasonable expectations on the timeline. Okay, with that, we're going to get started. We're going to listen to applicants in the order of that they are listed on the agenda. First up, Kenneth Schmidt.
We're good. We're good.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Ken Schmidt, obviously, and just first off, well, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I guess we'll start with kind of the reasoning. In my early years, right around 1980, would have been going to a summer before freshman in high school is why I remember it so much. I spent the summer with my cousin up in Milwaukee. He was 2 years older, and we started having fun partying, doing drugs, and so on and so forth. And then once I got back home, it just kind of continued. I picked up with the wrong crowd and everything, and just kept on going. And then eventually I ended up going to Ethan Allen Boys School, where I continued to use drugs and went to solitary confinement for a couple times. And then I got out, and just nothing changed. It just didn't even faze me. And I started continuing doing right where I was at and doing drugs, and started stealing and everything to support the habit. And everybody I knew I hurt, plain and simple. That's all there was to it. And once I got arrested, I went to obviously pled guilty to all my charges. Ooh, okay, deep breath. I got sentenced to 3 years in prison and 3 years probation, which I completed. And that was actually so bad where my dad actually went to court and asked the judge to sentence me to prison because I was just out of control. I'd steal anything in sight, and I couldn't find something, I'd go somewhere else and steal it. So looking back, prison was actually a blessing. And then once I got there, I was scared. I mean, I was young. I was, I don't know, 17 at the time, 16. It was very, very scary. And I knew that there was no way I was going back again. So started looking into addressing what I needed to do, and went to the Winnebago drug program, completed that. That was a 6-month program. And once I got out, then I started figuring out what I needed to do, got employment. Like once I got out, I moved back in with my parents, and I got employment and moved back out. And then once I got everything back in order, I was actually hit and run accident where I was drugged. So I was in the hospital for a long period of time. And at that time, I couldn't work, so I kind of hanging out with my dad a little bit. So obviously my dad and I made amends. He saw I was a better person, and he started teaching me the trade of tool and die, which I now do and have done. And unfortunately, he passed away a long time ago, but he did get to see me buy my first house. I've been married for 30 years now, lived in the same house for almost 30 years. I guess that's pretty much kind of sums it up brief. I had a big speech laid out, but I don't think you wanted to hear it. So I guess
I want to make sure that you feel that you can tell us all the really important things that you want to make sure we know. So, I mean,
the biggest thing is once I got out, when I was sentenced, I was young. I was a child. I mean, basically, and now looking back, I didn't have a clue what making a buck meant. So once I got out, I continued with my wife and I. One of us was either working 2 jobs, they're working all guaranteed overtime just to get by and still be able to enjoy family time and stuff. So I guess pretty much sums it up. I guess the reason I'm for a pardon is just to have everybody look at it and see that I've earned it. That I'm not the same person. That took a lot of hard work to get where I'm at. And then the other aspect of it, now that I'm getting older, I would like to be able to travel once we retire and things of that sort. So, I mean, definitely, that does. So, like, I'm not the same person. I'm honest. I'm dependable. I'm reliable. Everywhere I go, people count on me. I help people, and I've instilled that in my family and my son and everybody else I know. Once I got out, I changed. I moved to Elkhorn from Burlington just to get away from all the old crowd that I had. I guess that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Jerry? Oh, Jerry, we lost you.
Yeah, I didn't hear him either.
No, it looks like he went off video for a second. We're just
I got it. I'm back.
Got it.
Okay. Did you know we got a letter from one of your victims?
No, I didn't.
From years ago, supporting your application.
Well, very good. That's
How does
good to
that
know,
make
actually.
you? How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel awesome because that's exactly the reason I'm requesting the pardon, basically, is because I'm a good man. I'm a good man. I'm a good father. I'm a good husband. And it makes me feel awesome because they realize the kind of person I am.
And just one other note, we got a very positive letter from your wife.
Oh.
And she says she doesn't know how much weight we give to a letter from a wife. And you just tell her that for family letters, the only thing better than a letter from a wife is a letter from a mother-in-law. Just saying.
There you go. Should have got them.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. And I think that's all for questions.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Schmidt.
You too.
Kevin Pizer.
Oh. Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, I'll get started here. Hi, my name is Kevin Pazer. I'd like to start off by saying to this day, I'm very sorry to the victims of my senseless crimes. I regret every day my poor decision-making at a youthful age. And thanks to the board for this opportunity and your time. My crimes are for burglary and forgery. Back in 1996, 26 years ago, myself and two of my friends at the time in high school committed a string of burglaries over a span of a few months by breaking into cabins and eventually burglarizing my dad's house. One of the three of us would drive while the other two went in the cabin stealing various items. Time we all thought, how much trouble can we get in? I mean, these are just cabins, with no understanding of what it meant to be a felon and the hardships a felony would cause in my life. But as more than the items we stole, we also robbed the victims of their sense of security, and that is what hurts the most. Items can be replaced, but how do you ever get that sense of security back? Do you ever? We knew the cabins were not occupied by the driveways to the cabins not being plowed all winter. In no way would we have gone into a cabin with any chance of it being occupied. I'm not going to say I started to hang out with the wrong crowd because I would have considered myself the wrong crowd back then, considering what I did. At any point, any of us could have said this is enough, it is wrong, but we didn't. And we do not have an answer for why we continue just being stupid young kids going on a very bad path. The last burglary was my dad's house where he stole a safe and guns. The safe contained blank checks that belonged to my stepsister. We forged and cashed the checks at various banks. In no way am I trying to justify any of this in any way, but I came from a very broken home. My mom, sisters, and I all suffered verbal, emotional, and physical abuse at the age of 15 when my parents divorced. I continue to live with my mom after divorce. She stood by my side through everything, but had no control over me during this period of my life. Through the guidance of my mom, knowing I had a lot of built up anger, I did go to counseling in Green Bay. It helped me a lot. In a very senseless way, entering my dad's house was my sense of revenge. My dad and I did start to repair a relationship the last few years of his life until I passed away in 2017. I was sentenced to 9 months in jail with work release in school. and 4 years probation plus around 12,000 in restitution, which was paid in full. I graduated while on Huber release and continued work a farm job right after graduating high school. Completed jail or Huber release with no issues. While I was on probation, I went out with 2 of my brother-in-laws, and so I did get in trouble while on probation. One of my brother-in-laws shot a deer out of season, which I was the driver for, and got another 30 days in jail. My probation was not revoked. And I also had some traffic violations during this period of my life. So it's a short period of my life of bad decision-making in my life. I have worked very hard at the same job for 23 years, starting out as a general laborer. Very quickly worked my way up to the title of Plant 2 production supervisor. I'm very committed to my wife and 3 kids, giving them the best life I can provide, along with the tools to make the right decisions as they go through life. My oldest daughter is in her first year at St. Norbert College on the softball team and is doing very well. My younger 2 daughters do very well academically and are involved in sports, after school functions, and will be attending college after graduation. My wife and I bought the family farm for my mom when she remarried. We have now lived here together for 15 years, been married for 20. We own and operate a small beef herd. I was a landlord for 15 years until last December when we sold the property, with home prices being at an all-time high. As a family, we are just a very stable, hardworking country people who love the outdoors. I'm seeking His pardon for forgiveness, opportunities to advance in my career. It's always been a dream of mine to just travel to Alaska through Canada, just going on a road trip. My wife and I would like to start an in-home daycare or just become foster parents. As a family, we would like to also host a foreign exchange student, live in the country. Hunting is what we do. I missed out on hunting with my oldest daughter and would love to be able to hunt with my youngest daughter. It's kind of the reasons I'm seeking a pardon. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pizer. So as part of the application, you checked the box that you had mailed the input to the judge and the district attorney.
Yes.
You know, that, so the district attorney says that you did not complete the form. Does this make sense to you? So on the form for the judge, for example, you know, you filled out all your address and et cetera, and the crimes you were requesting. And then the notice to the district attorney doesn't have any of that, at least the one we got back from the DA. So I'm wondering if you remember what happened with that or how that went?
No, I thought we had all the same information as we sent to the judge on that. And if I did, it might have been a mistake on our part, but.
It's odd because one of them is typed and the one that without the information has your name typed on top and the other one's handwritten. So yeah, I don't know if it was an oversight or not. You know, the district attorney thinks that, you know, just responded that you just didn't even bother to fill out the information. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what might have happened.
Yeah, this was a while ago when I did the application. I do have the application. I could look real quick.
Would you mind?
All right, I can do that.
Okay. If it's handy, I mean, I don't want to belabor things with the chair's approval here.
Of course.
Yeah, I do have it. It is handwritten, just like we would have sent to the judge. I don't know if you can see that or not.
I can, yeah. So just lift it up just a smidge more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's so interesting. So I don't know if it got lost in the processing or what, but I appreciate you're looking for it and confirming that it was filled out. So thank you. That was my question.
No problem.
Judge Kremers?
Good afternoon, sir. So I heard you say that you paid restitution in full.
Correct.
Because the records we were provided, and they're not always accurate, indicated you still owed, I don't know, I just had it in front of me, about $8,000 or $9,000 in restitution, but about a little over $9,000. You say you paid that all off.
Yeah, that is correct. That was part of my probation to have that paid off. And I'm 100% positive it was paid off.
Okay. All right. I mean, this is not uncommon that, where we have this situation where the records say one thing and people say other, but, and sometimes the records are wrong. So I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jerry?
Mr. Mayor, it seems to me from your application that you and your extended family still live in the area where these burglaries occurred. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
And how is that? I mean,
all over the years, I have come across some of the owners of the cabins we did break into, and I can tell you it was hard to meet these people, but there was no meeting that was bad. I guess it was never brought up, but I knew who they were and they know who I was. So it was never a bad encounter with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If no further questions, that's all we have for you today, sir. We'll move on to the next applicant.
Thank you.
Salima Howard.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Howard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know you bopped in and out a little bit. Did you catch the sort of introductory directions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'm a little nervous here, so just bear with me. I just want to thank the board for taking the time to hear my request today. And my offenses today are for forgery and failure to report to jail. And how my offenses came about: in 2001, I was working for Toys R Us, and at the time I was in a need of money, and my daughter's father had left us, and he had been the sole provider. And I was working in the store. A young lady had left her credit card, and a employee of mine, her and I, we talked, and we decided to keep this credit card. And I mean, she was in a financial bind just as much as I was. And we decided to keep this credit card. And I used the credit card to purchase my kids some clothes for Christmas that year, because they wasn't going to have a Christmas. So we did that. I bought my kids some clothes for Christmas, and later on, the young lady reported her card stolen. She reported the card stolen. I was arrested, going back and forth to court. And while awaiting sentencing, my mom got sick. And from there, I was back and forth. I was able to go back and forth, with permission, able to travel back and forth to Chicago while waiting, and, to be able to care for her, since I'm the only child. It's just me and my children, with her, to help take care of her. So I was back and forth. I got my sentencing and was supposed to turn myself in. And during that time, she got sick and had to have emergency surgery. And she almost died. and I didn't want to leave her side, so I didn't turn myself in at the time. So I was working, and one day on my way to work, driving a friend's car, I got pulled over. And when I got pulled over, that's when the warrant came up. I had a warrant. I was arrested. I was taken back to Wisconsin at the time. Taken back to Wisconsin, and from there, I was, given my sentence, which I went to jail for a little while, and then I was sent over to Huber. I think I did, I want to say, it's been a long time. I want to say that I did Huber. I was in Huber for maybe a couple of months or so. I'm not sure how many months I was in Huber, but I did Huber. And during the time I was in Huber, I worked for McDonald's and I saved my money. And then I was eligible for house arrest. So during that time, I found an apartment and found my apartment, and my kids were able to come. A family member had my kids, and I was able to get my kids back. So then I was released off of house arrest. I was released off of house arrest after paying restitution and everything. I did 3 years of probation, which I completed in 2007. And since then, I have had no contact at all with the law. But since then, since completing everything that I needed to do, I've been back home in Chicago, helping my mom, raising my kids are grown now, but I raised them. And I have 6 grandchildren that I love spending time with. We do a lot together. I volunteer with a friend of mine, which she's my beautician. She does a Cinderella thing with the, giving out dresses for prom. So I volunteer for that every year, but it's been on hold since COVID. So we haven't been able to do that in a while. And just dealing with pretty much lately, I've been dealing with health issues of my own. I had lost my eyesight in both eyes. I had 2 different surgeries to try to regain my sight back. So, it comes and goes. I'm still back and forth to the doctor fighting that. And also with my mom, she's fighting. I've been helping her. She's been fighting health issues. She's 70 years old. So, so I've been around helping her. And during the time I lost my eyesight, I wasn't able to work because I wasn't able to see anything. My kids had to, pretty much, drive me around, read stuff for me. So I gained eyesight in one eye. And during that time, I took a class for non-invasive body sculpting. And I got a job with that. I met with a young lady I asked her, can I just do volunteer work just to learn, just to practice of what I was doing, to learn the job. And she said, no, I'm not going to have you to work for free. I'm going to hire you. So I worked for her for 2 years doing body sculpting. And I just stopped doing that right before COVID, during COVID. During COVID, I stopped doing that. And during that time, I took a truck dispatching class, which now I am in the process of getting a truck dispatching job, do a business going. So I'm in the process of doing that with a friend. And I enjoy helping people. I enjoy helping where I can, if somebody needs me to volunteer, help with parties. Like I have a friend, she does parties and, she said, well, can you come and help? I do a lot of that. And just working every day. That's pretty much all I've been doing. I'm a homebody. Like I say, I stay at home. I help raise my young daughter. She's the youngest. I help raise her daughter with her. So I work from home. I pretty much have the baby all day. And I would like to say, I think I deserve a pardon because I'm not the same person as I was back in 2001. Yes, I committed a crime. Yes, a crime was committed by me, and I take full responsibility for my actions. I was punished and served and now looking forward to finalize this chapter of my life. And I just want to, I think it'll be good because I have a cousin that works in insurance, and she's been asking me to help her out. Because I've been bringing her a lot of clients. So she's like, well, why don't you take the class, and then you can get referral bonuses, for helping me out, even though, I don't want to be an actual insurance agent, but it's hindering me because I have this felony on me and they won't let me, I won't pass the background check. So that would be something that I would like to do because I talked to a lot of people and, I have brought her a lot of clientele, as far as getting life insurance. And, I could have been making extra money off of that, just to, doing that. But like I say, the felony is hindering me. So I think that's about all.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Does
Okay.
any member of the board have any follow-up questions? Jerry?
Ms. Howard, we received a letter from one of your victims, Tia Viney, whose credit card you used, and she strongly supports your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel good that she's, she has forgiven me, or hopefully she's forgiven me, like I say, I made a bad decision at the time. I wasn't thinking, in the right state of mind. All I was thinking about was my kids having something for Christmas.
Thank you.
Okay, if no further questions, that is all, Ms. Howard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Next applicant is Daniel Peck.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear and see you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for your hard work in this process and considering my application. My first crime was in 1988, theft by false representation. I had a motorcycle that my boss had taken from me, and the plan was I would report it stolen and get the insurance money. And then I was convicted of that, and on probation. And then in 1990, I took a vehicle from a car dealership that I worked at, and I ran it over a curb. And I got charged with take and drive a vehicle without owner's consent. And so I was in jail for 30 days on a probation hold. And throughout that process, they had revocated my probation. And I went in, so I was court ordered to go into treatment on March 28th in 1990. I went into drug and alcohol treatment in DePaul and Milwaukee. And had also completed all of my paid back all of the money that I had to pay back for the motorcycle and the car that I wrecked. And I did the DePaul inpatient program, and then I was in 18 months of outpatient and aftercare, and I had completed all of the items that I was to complete. And I have been in March 28th of this year, I'll be sober for 33 years. Throughout the years, I have been involved in several churches as supporting them, not only financially, but behind the scenes with work and what's not what is needed. Prior to this, when I was about 15 years old, about 5 years before my convictions, I was drinking just about every day in excess, and then started in drugs in 1986 and 1987. I come from a drinking family, so was constantly on the prowl and making poor decisions and just living the life of an alcoholic and a drug addict. My life hasn't been necessarily easy the last 33 years. I have a 17-year-old special needs son that's had 31 surgeries, 11 of them open heart. I lost my mom and my dad and my stepdad in the last 7 years. However, my recovery has never faltered, nor will it ever. I've been in the automotive industry and on the insurance side of things. With my felonies, it has limited my career, and I decided that I'd like to advance my career, and this is the one thing that's holding me back. Secondly, and maybe more importantly, is my hope is that if I'm permitted a pardon, that I will have more things that I can do with my son. He is healthier now than he ever has been, and it's actually a reverse trend. The older he is getting, his condition has become worse, but the last 2 years he's been healthier. So we're hoping to travel as we can, and although I'm not a hunter, he does talk about that frequently. So if I was able to do that, that would be something that I'd like to do. He is my priority, giving him everything that he needs in his life, simply because he was dealt a bad hand and he's had a lot of struggles. So I've had no legal issues other than I happen to drive fast too much, and I've had a lot of speeding tickets over the years. But besides that, I've had no criminal convictions, and really no issues with anything of the nature, simply since being sober. In fact, I did some business with Judge Northrup back in the late 90s, and was able to thank him for what he had done, and allowed me to go into alcohol and drug treatment. And also my probation officer at the time grew out through her career, and the 2000s I was able to reconnect with her to thank her for she was pretty hard on me at that time, which was good. So so thank you again for considering this. If you any questions, please ask.
Any questions from the board? Cindy?
So, Mr. Peck, while not required, it's encouraged that people submit some letters of support and recommendation from family members or community members, and you chose not to submit any letters. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I wished I would have. I took a lot of time to put together the application. It took a lot of time to find the information because it's been so long. And then I found out that I had to redo the application because the original one was expired. So at that time, it had been probably an 8-month process, and frankly, I was impatient and I just wanted to get it in. But it was definitely an oversight. I wish I would have. I was thinking about it last night, but is that something that still can be done by chance?
It's not required, as I said. So I just was curious, people for different reasons. Some people send in a lot of letters and some people don't. And so you've answered my question, and that's all that I require right now. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Barry?
Mr. Peck, you probably know that Judge Northrup passed away several years ago, but his successor as a judge in Dane County, reviewed your application and supports it. Supports your application for pardon. How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel good. This has been a millstone around my neck for many, many, many years. And I'm hoping that this gives me the ability to turn a new leaf in some regard. And thank you for sharing with me. That gives me a nice level of confidence. I appreciate it.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Peck.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, next we have Charles Trieg. I'm not confident on that pronunciation, so my apologies if I really mess it up.
Hello, my name is Charles Trieg. I am here seeking a pardon for a felony fleeing conviction back in 1997. Back in those days, I did a lot of drinking. This was definitely alcohol based. Since then, I have done the treatment, or the one-on-one counseling. I had several relapses since. I moved out of the area, moved to Dodge, Wisconsin, and it slowed my drinking down. Didn't quite end it, but I got away from the crew that the friends that I hang out with. Then I bought a house in Arcadia and still had a couple times of relapsing of drinking. And when I met my current wife, she has this daughter, and she would always come up to me and say, you know, I really hate it when my grandpa drinks. And I took that to heart. Because of her, I quit drinking altogether. It's been, 25 years since this happened.
When did you stop drinking?
Approximately 10 years ago, approximately.
You haven't had a drop of alcohol since?
No. Once my daughter kept coming to me and saying, bothering me about her grandpa drinking, I wouldn't even allow it in the house. She was happier to come over and we'd have debates about a lot of things, and drinking was always one of them. She's probably the one thing that kept me from drinking.
Do you have any other supports in place? So, you know, we've had a couple people today talk about things like AA or other sort of support mechanisms. Do you have anything like that in your life that keeps you on track?
Well, my mom will always keep me on track, but it's more likely my grandkids now. They're in my life. They're here every other weekend. Usually we're going out fishing or doing something. Trying to think. I'm looking for a pardon to advance my career. Currently, I'm an ammonia technician. To become a manager, it requires a degree, and where it doesn't specify that you can't be a felon, it would look better if I was not. And I also enjoy teaching my kids, my grandkids, about hunting. I guess I did teach my daughter too, but I enjoy teaching the kids, and I would like to become at some point an instructor for the Wisconsin programs, either the snowmobile safety or the hunting safety, ATV safety, boating safety. I enjoyed it. That's what all I got.
Any additional questions from the board? Cindy?
So, you didn't really talk in much detail about your offense, but you know, the fleeing and eludings are really put the officer at risk, the community at risk, yourself at risk. I mean, the car ended up in the water, and I think you were maybe fairly seriously injured, were you?
I was.
Yeah. But you went through stop signs, you were traveling at a high rate of speed, et cetera. I mean, as a grandfather now, can you appreciate how that kind of behavior puts so many innocent people at risk?
Yes, it's. I hope it never happens around this house or around the area. It really makes you look back and wonder why you did it in the first place. If I could go back and do it again, I wouldn't. But you know, the past is the past. I can't change it.
Yeah, yeah. You may have heard, so let me just follow on you driving. So that happened in 97, and then you have multiple driving offenses.
Yes.
Subsequent to that. I mean, operating after revocations, repeatedly multiple offenses. So it looks like, I mean, after you have a serious incident like that, I mean, that's typically a wake-up call for people, but yet you continue to have violations almost for another decade with driving violations. So
I was a habitual offender, so I couldn't get a driver's license. So I kept driving to work, and that's where most of them came from.
okay. And then you may have heard me ask the previous applicant, but you didn't submit any letters of support with your application. And can you say why?
Well, I didn't ask my family members because I feel that family members would just praise you anyways, and I didn't figure that would carry weight. Now, I did ask a few of my coworkers at work, my bosses, and we were in the process, well, we're still in the process of adding on to the plants. So they're always in meetings, and it was probably about 3 months that I waited for them to get back to me, and I reminded them a couple times, and finally I just sent off the application.
Okay. The only thing I'd say about the family is we give all the letters that we receive weight, and family sometimes often knows the applicant better than anybody and has experienced who they were then and the growth that has come about and who they are now. And so that's always really valuable and helpful. And I just want to say that. So thank you.
Thanks.
Jerry?
Mr. Trigg, the current Buffalo County DA reviewed your application and supports your pardon. How does that make you feel?
A little heartbroken. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think that's all the questions we have for you today.
Thank you much for the opportunity.
James Schoenecker?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Schoenecker. Thank you for your time today to speak with me. In 2008, I went into my then girlfriend's bank account and issued myself 2 checks for approximately $1,000. 2009, I was charged and pled guilty to misappropriation of personal identifying information. In 2010, I was sentenced to 2 years probation. In 2012, I successfully finished my probation and was discharged. Over this past decade, I've had much time to reflect on my life and mistakes You do have a lot of time when you're mowing lawns and shoveling snow. I believe we should never be judged by the worst things we've done, but unfortunately we often are. Took me 30 years to build a reputation and only a few months to ruin it. Last 15 years, I've been slowly and steadily building my reputation back, from volunteering at a middle school, teaching cross country, setting up a chess club, tutoring, receiving pro bono or awards from Wisconsin Bar the last 2 years for my work. In particular, my work with the expungement and pardon clinics that Legal Action of Wisconsin have put on. And it was oddly enough one of those, I was helping a client that I was asked why I didn't ask for a pardon myself. And that oddly brings me here. Also, I'm a Eucharistic minister and lecturer, volunteer at food banks. And it's been difficult, but I've learned to own my past because I've spent too many years letting it own me. Every morning I attend Mass at 7:15. And I'm reminded that happiness comes from service and forgiveness, not the accumulation of wealth. My life is now entirely built around service and forgiveness. However, it took me a while to understand that I first had to forgive myself before I could ask that of others. My God forgives me, but such is the luxury of being divine. As we all know, this statement, to err is human, to forgive is divine. I believe I was fortunate in this aspect, again, hearing something in church to be corrected by God, as God corrects those who he loves. I was miserable in 2008. I was miserable in my job. I was miserable in my relationships, my life. I found escape in gambling. Little did I realize that I could have found all the joy that I sought in other aspects of life through productive service, not destructive acts. Now I spend my life with my family, friends, and a job that's the best I've ever had, being a public defender. I love what I do. Like I stated earlier, I learned we're not here to be served, but to serve. In my opinion, that's the key of life. Service to your family, your friends, your community, fill your heart with more joy than all the objects in the world combined could. I'm an uncle to 3 nephews and 2 nieces, only one of whom was born when I committed my crime. Through service to them and others, I've had a second chance in life. And without them, I don't know if I could have made it through my trials and be where I am right now. One of my favorite quotes starts with, "He who learns must suffer." I think that may be the truest statement ever spoken. I learned a lot during my sentence and even more after I completed my sentence. I was ignorant enough to think that everyone would treat me fairly after completing a sentence, as I had paid my debts to society. But instead I ran into obstacles invisible to those who aren't felons. Being a felon never stops affecting your life and continues to permeate through all aspects of it. Housing discrimination, they run background checks. I spent years living with my parents, till through friends or through people who really gave me a chance, I was able to find housing. Even 18 months ago when I moved up to Green Bay, it took me 2 months before I could find an apartment because often the apartments said I didn't pass their community standards checks. Employment discrimination, we're all too aware of. They run checks as well, as we know, and for 10 years, I only got jobs where they didn't do background checks or wanted to give opportunities to me or really didn't care about the background. Primarily landscaping, maintenance, snow removal, all of which I was employed in those professions. However, professions like teaching, something that was always the top of my list, is restricted because of this felony. Likewise, my ability to travel to other countries, like our great neighbor to the north, Canada. Furthermore, my ability to adopt is restricted because of this conviction. I'm 45, and I've lost 15 years to be a father. A pardon does make the adoption process much easier. And I hope to finally start that chapter of my life. These restrictions, as I mentioned, won't end without a pardon. My ability to live somewhere, my ability to work somewhere, my ability to adopt children, my ability to travel will continue to be present in my life. This is the nature of being labeled a felon and the restrictions and the stigma people don't see regarding it. Your job market, it's greatly diminished, but so is your private life. Again, I don't know if I would ever seek public office, but I don't want to be held back in that endeavor or any endeavor that will help me serve others to the best of my ability. Again, like I said earlier, that's why we're here, to serve. Again, I spent a third of my life now being a felon. I don't want to lose more time pursuing my life's work because of it. Again, whether it's attempting to hold public office or teach or travel or become an adoptive father. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Chair, your victim was also your fiance. What happened to her?
Well, obviously the engagement was broken off. I tried, obviously there was a no contact for a while. I did try to write a letter after that time asking for her to forgive me, knowing that it was something that it would be very difficult for her to do. I'm not really quite sure. It's been, like I said, over a decade since I've had any communication really with her. I hope she's doing well. I hope this did not impact her life in any truly negative or long-term ways.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. So you stole this information and used it to write some checks, but what's the theft conviction from 2009?
That was the misdemeanor. It happened that both of the checks were processed through I logged on in Walworth and I cashed one in Waukesha. Hence, that was the charge. That was separate because it was cashing that. They come from the same act.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Emil English?
Yes, hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi. I'm just going to read here from some notes that I made. So, hello, Advisory Board. I would like to thank you all for your time and your service. My name is Emil English. In 1985, I was charged with a party to the crime of burglary. Myself, along with a couple other accomplices, broke into a neighborhood garage. They handed me tools out of the door, and I also drove the car used to get away from that crime scene. As you may already and can assume, my problems began many years before getting into trouble on that August day 37 years ago. Like so many of my pardon recipients before me, I came from a broken single-parent household. I had no real supervision or mentors in my life to guide me. It led me to truancy, drug usage, and I was on a fast track to end up in prison or cemetery. As I sat in a jail cell, I had time to reflect on my life. I began to realize that I needed help, made up my mind to start taking responsibility for my life. However, I didn't know how. So I did cry out to God, say, God, if you're there, if you're real, please help me. And that's when my life started to turn around. For my crimes, I was given one last chance to avoid prison. It was 3 years probation, $160 restitution. And I was also ordered to find a job and also complete an in-house residential drug treatment facility. that was by far the most difficult of my sentence. At 20 years old, I had 2 children, I had a drug addiction, no education, reading at a 7th grade level, and no work experience. The chips were stacked against me, but I didn't know then what I know now, that nothing's impossible for God. During my 14-month stay at the residential drug treatment facility, I started learning about myself. I began to develop life coping skills. I was able to receive tutoring, worked on my GED. I successfully completed the drug treatment program once I found a job washing dishes at Mama Mia's Pizza. I then enrolled in a local college at MATC. Also completed the 3 years probation, paid back the $160 restitution. 30 years and counting, I am drug-free. I graduated from MATC with an associate business degree, developed a successful sales career, always keeping employed. I've become the person that I needed at that time, which was a role model and a mentor for my children that are all law-abiding, have their families and careers of their own. I've been baptized. I'm a baptized, born-again Christian. At 57 years old, I am a single-digit golfer, own a Harley. I'm a walleye fisherman, work out 3 times a week, and I'm a homeowner surrounded by great friends. But please don't take that as bragging or boasting, because I take no credit for my transformation. I know where my help came from, and it was a God of second chance. So I petition the governor today for a second chance to clear my record of this felony that took place and that I take full responsibility for almost 4 decades ago. Because it is never too late to make a change, I would like to pursue a real estate license, and a felony on my record may hinder me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone on the board have any questions? No. Thank you, sir. Congratulations on your continued sobriety.
Thank you very much.
James Frawley. You're on mute, sir. I think you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. First, I'd like to just say that when I first logged in onto the Zoom meeting, I did miss your beginning. So I don't know what was really said. I've been having problems with my microphone.
No problem. The only thing that was really said that you'll need is we hope folks can give an introduction, a brief one, just sort of briefly explaining what the offense you're seeking pardon for is and what you've been up to since. Know that we've read your application, so you don't have to, read back everything you already provided. We have all of that. And then that it'll take about 2 to 3 months for decisions to be final determinations on applications to be made.
Okay.
And so after you introduce yourself, and the board may have questions, they may not. Yeah, I think that's all you need.
All right. Well, first, I'd like to say I appreciate the time that you guys spend to help people like me and the others that I've seen as far as trying to complete this process. But basically, my name's James Frawley. I was 18 years old and made some bad decisions growing up, hung around the wrong group of people, decided to steal a car after I had an auto accident in a quote friend's car at the time. My thought process was clearly not right. I thought I could steal somebody else's car and take parts off of it to fix my friends, which clearly I know was not right. I served 2 years probation. I've been working two solid jobs. I learned from my mistakes back then that you need to work a job and pay for your own things and not steal and take others. Since I've been, I don't know, I've been working hard. I've bought my own house. I've gotten married, been married to my wife for 8 years. I pretty much go to work every day. I come home and I try to stay out of trouble. I know in the past I've tried to pursue different job opportunities, unfortunately, in the car industry, and it doesn't seem to be too smiled upon if you want to work in the car industry when you've been, you know, convicted of stealing a car in your past. I know I really haven't been in any other trouble other than some minor speeding tickets. I was looking forward to this pardon. My father just recently retired. My mother passed away 5 years ago. Trying to spend a little more time with my father. He likes to go hunting. You know I no longer have a right to bear arms. It'd be nice to have that opportunity to spend some more time with my father. That's, I guess, about all I got.
Any questions from the board?
Good
Judge
afternoon.
Kremers?
Good afternoon, Mr. Frawley. Mr. Frawley, according to the records from the Department of Justice in Wisconsin, it looks like you were arrested in 2005 for arson of property other than a building. Do you recall that arrest? And can you tell us what that was about?
Yeah, actually I do. Yeah, I was still kind of in the wrong group of crowd at that time. It was a discrepancy over somebody owing some money, and I don't know, I was drinking that night and had the brilliant idea to set their car on fire, and obviously that did not work out so well. I know that particular case I just kind of disappeared, I guess. I never was convicted of it. I was cooperating with all the steps and the procedures to try to resolve that, and I never heard anything back from that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Mr. Frawley, a judge in Milwaukee County and the DA's office both reviewed your application for pardon and support it. How does that make you feel?
Well, that makes me feel good that other people realize that I made bad mistakes when I was younger, and I'm not the same person as I was before. So if I've got support of official, court officials, that makes me feel good.
Good. Thank you.
Can you speak a little? Oh, Cindy, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make one observation, Mr. Frawley, that many of your letters of support reference that you've lost the right to vote. But once you completed your sentence and completed your probation, you have a right to vote in Wisconsin. So I just want to, in case you were confused about that, I just wanted to mention it because several of your letters mention that.
Oh, so I could have been voting this whole time?
Ever since you completed, you have to be completely done with your sentence, whether it's probation, prison, whatever. Once you're off supervision, yes, you can vote.
Okay, that was a misunderstanding on my behalf.
A lot of people are under that misunderstanding. So, and it was in your letters, so I just thought I'd mention that. So sorry, Chair, thank you.
Can you speak to restitution? It looks like, according to Department of Correction records, that there's still some outstanding restitution in these cases. What was your understanding of whether you completed those obligations when you were discharged from your sentence?
Well, my understanding was that I had paid everything off in full. Prior to me filing this pardon application, I was informed that I still owed $25, which I know I had went and made a payment of when I made the certified copies of the documents that I had to send you guys with the pardon application. So it's my understanding everything is paid in full.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? No. Okay, thank you very much, sir. You have a good weekend.
Hey, thanks, you too.
Next applicant is William Nyberg. Mr. Nyberg?
There.
Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time that you do to do this assessment and listen to all of us applicants and listening to all the applicants ahead of me. I'm not going to be stellar at the risk of repeating what a lot of the other people say at the end, but starting with my offense, in the late 80s, early 90s, 87 to 91, basically, that was a time in my life where I was just trying to survive, have a job, pay the bills and that sort of thing. And at that time I was doing construction projects as I could find them. And this project was complicated by weather. It was adding a second story to a lake house, and getting towards the end of the year, things got delayed some, and there were complications. The contract provided for payment when the construction was weather tight, and I had materials on account at a local lumber yard where I was getting the materials from, and the second payment, which wasn't provided when we reached that point and beyond, so I couldn't pay that debt entirely. The lumberyard put a lien on the customer's property, and the customer filed charges against me, which I understood actual title is theft by contractor. The sentencing, once the charge was explained to me, I understood it. I understood what it meant, and I was guilty of it. The way I understood it was money needed to be set aside out of profits to pay for personal expenses and that sort of thing, and money for the project needed to be kept aside, which I didn't understand at the time. I had no business doing the business that I was doing because I didn't know those facts. That offense was in 1991. I was married in 1992, and my conviction was in 1993. My wife, who's currently my wife of 30 years now, made one of those life-changing statements that has stuck with me for 30 years. And she was talking to her family about getting married to me during this time. And her phrase was, just because he made a bad choice doesn't mean he's a bad person. And that support empowered me to this day. It's allowed me to do things, accomplish things, in spite of having the felony conviction hanging over my head, which on a daily basis is, it comes into the mind all the time. Back then, after the conviction, I became an apprentice electrician. I went on through the apprenticeship for 5 years. I became a master electrician, and I worked for a company contractor in the Milwaukee area, and I was laid off because I lived in the Fond du Lac area, a long distance for them to provide a truck for and a lot of other things. Once I was laid off, I tried to apply for apply at electrical contractors in the Fox Valley, Outagamie, Winnebago, Sheboygan counties. And I didn't even receive a letter saying that they received my application, let alone a denial. It was just as if I hadn't even done it. So that was a disheartening thing, and I blamed that on my felony conviction, something that they didn't want to have any part of. I ended up going to work in Manitowoc at Burger Boat Company. I was the electrical systems installation manager for putting electrical systems in yachts. And my electrical license, master's license, didn't apply there. And it was going to be my do-all end-all career, and I let those licenses lapse. Due to the stress in that particular job, I had to move on, and I drove truck for a while. I then became a maintenance mechanic in a factory. And as maintenance mechanic, I did that for 3 or 4 years, went to become maintenance planner and then maintenance manager for the plant. During that time, on a personal level, being associated with our church council, and I was member of our local yacht club at the time and held club offices, being the secretary, vice commodore, and commodore. And while I was just after the apprenticeship, or I had completed my apprenticeship, I was on the apprenticeship advisory committee. We would oversee infractions by the apprentices and guide them on what they needed to do to keep up with the program. These are specific instances where my status as a felon was always on my mind and felt like I was teetering on the edge of what being discovered. That's, I don't like to say it that way, but that's the way you feel inside. I never denied being a felon. If it was asked, if it came up, I never denied it. But there's a lot of avoiding conversations, and I've never. You're always afraid that you may have to explain why you don't hunt. You avoid conversations about voting. You still talk about political things, but you learn not to get into a detailed conversation for fear that these things will come out. The sentencing for my offense, again, once I learned it, what it was, I pled guilty. I was sentenced to 3 years probation and restitution, which were fulfilled. And since then, or since the conviction, that time, I've had no contact with law enforcement. There's the question of why should I receive a pardon? A lot of people, well, no, I don't deserve a pardon, but I'm requesting to be pardoned. I think first and foremost, the reason is for my wife. She supported me through 30 years now, and I'd like to prove her right that because of a poor choice, doesn't make a bad person. I'd like to have my civil rights restored. That's the second reason. And the thought of being involved more in my community is there. And in talking with my wife, she says, well, what being involved with what? I'm not even sure, because that situation and many others don't even come into play when you think about the process, you think about what you might do, and you say, well, okay, somebody's going to ask or find out, and then you have to explain. And if you're appointed to a position and find out something, then it turns ugly.
Mr. Nyberg, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to make sure that folks have time to ask you questions.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I'm done.
Thank you for all of that information. Does anyone on the board have any questions for Mr. Nyberg? No questions. I did want to, this has come up a couple of times, just want to clarify at this point. Assuming you're a resident in Wisconsin, a felony conviction is only restrictive for voting while you're serving that sentence. But after the conclusion of your sentence, all your civil rights, as far as voting is concerned, are restored.
Thank you. I heard that on the previous interview, and I was astonished.
Yeah, you should just go on the Wisconsin Election Commission site or talk to your local clerk.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nyberg.
Thank you all very much.
All right, our final applicant for the day, John Kerr. You're on mute, Mr. Kerr. There we go. Oh. You're back on mute again, so why don't you click the microphone button one more time?
Hello.
There you go.
Hi, my name is John Kerr. Thank you for meeting with me. In 2002, I was convicted of possession of an electric weapon. I never used it on anyone. It was for protection only. In my mind, I was sentenced to 2 years probation and anger management. I completed my anger management classes. I also met with my probation agent for the 2 years consistently. I made all my appointments. She once commented to me that I was boring because I worked all the while on probation and was not in trouble. I have been gainfully employed for the last 20 years. I'm getting more leadership roles now at work. We've had some turnover with people leaving, and I'm getting more responsibility at my job. I lived with my parents for about 10 years, and I did most of the yard work and took care of them after my probation. They had a duplex on the northwest side of Milwaukee. So as they were getting older, I was helping out more with them too. I volunteer in different areas in my recovery program. I do go to AA. I attend 2 meetings a week. I see my sponsor once a week. I was a Grapevine chair in West Dallas in District 16. I live in Racine now. I'm in training to be the treasurer at the Racine area central office. I also am starting to volunteer at the VA in Milwaukee at the DOMS for recovery on a needed basis. When they need me, I'll go in there as a backup, more or less. I've been vetted through the VA. I've had no police contacts since, except for minor traffic issues. I think I should receive a pardon because it's been 20 years since. I feel like I've had a stigma hanging over me. I think it limited my career also because of lack of chances. I've also stayed out of trouble. I'm taking steps to become a better person. I believe I have. I'm also getting married soon, and I think a pardon will help with that. Put the past in the past, almost have a new life, clear my name. And that's all I got.
Any questions from the board? Jerry? We lost you, Jerry.
Okay. Mr. Kerr, a judge in Waukesha County reviewed your application and supports your application. How does that make you feel?
stunned, very surprised. It's gonna take a while to sink in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
All right, with that, Mr. Care, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you for your consideration. Have a good day.
You too. So having heard from all 30 applicants for the day, do I have a motion to move the meeting into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 subsection 1, A, D, and F? Motion from Judge Cremers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Cindy O'Donnell. With that, we will move into closed session.